Welcome everybody to Friday Night Live. What's going on? How's everybody? Chris. This
I'm
is
doing all
Chris.
right. How about you?
That's Chris.
How about you,
I'm
Jeff?
doing
How
all
you
right.
doing?
All right. I'm fucking tired, man.
Well,
Been a long
you're
fucking day.
you're that senior citizen discount now, so you're gonna get tired more.
Fuck you.
Thank you.
Hey, you know what?
Let's start this shit.
I just realized I got to change the logo on that at the end. I got
Oh yeah, you do got the booster clubs out there. Yeah, you
yeah,
definitely got to change it.
I gotta get that out of there.
Yeah, definitely. So
What's
what's
up,
going
Jeff?
on? What's going on, senior citizen?
You're a senior citizen before I was.
Oh, I had 6 years experience, so I can say that now. Oh man.
uh Good, good. It's been a weird week, really weird week. Ups and downs. I mean, I know you were on the air with me the other day when I kind of came on and did my little
Press
press
conference.
conference thing. Yeah, and hang on, I had to move the heater. It makes too much noise after a little bit. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. But what's up, Nate? What's going on?
Hey Nate, what's up, Jeff? Jose, what's going on,
What's
guys?
up, Joseph? What's going on, man? Welcome everybody. Appreciate you all being here. Um, yeah, it's been a weird week. I mean, the hospital stay last week. Um, get home on Friday, and less than 24 hours later, I'm back at the hospital again, but this time for good things because my grandson was born on Saturday. So
Mhm.
went to go see him on Saturday for the first time. We had our granddaughter all day on Saturday with us. Um, then some other shit went down with the club, and Monday came and gave my resignation. And done with it. Done as the president. What's up, Rock? What's going on, man? Salute, welcome.
Salute, Rock.
You know, I had it. So today the vice president posted in the Facebook group today that what was going on with it, like his plan going forward to kind of shut everybody down, from all the bullshit. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, hopefully it works out, but who knows?
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden the former president is fully behind him 100%. But you weren't with me. All right, I get it now. It was an attempted coup, is what I think it was. But whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm told, I've
You
been
got up
told,
when you.
well, don't bash. Try not to bring up club. I can say what I want on this format. This isn't a club channel. This is my channel,
Right.
mine. 401 Rated Jeff from New England, from Cumberland, Rhode Island. It's mine. I can do and say what I want on here. So nobody can stop me.
You can say what you want to say. They can't stop you.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech, guys. Hey, Guam, man. You, Joseph Jose or Joseph Guerrero's from Guam. Hey, thanks for joining us from so far away. Appreciate
We've
that.
been the last 5 minutes. I already said hi to him when he
No, I'm
popped
saying
in.
I didn't know. I was noticing in the chat. He sees from Guam. I like Guam. You know what Guam is, right? You know geography, right?
Are you asking me if I know where Guam is?
Yes.
Yeah, of course I do. Dude, I'm a World War II history buff. I know exactly where Guam is and
Okay.
Guadalcanal and
Just,
Iwo Jima.
don't bite the mess your head off, man. I'm just, I just noticed
I
that
know where all
Guam.
that shit
Yeah.
is.
Like Guam. I like, ooh, that's a good way.
If you know history, you know geography for the
Oh, I
most
know
part.
history. I know geography and history, but anyway. So, what do you think
Gas
about what's
is
going?
$4.79 a gallon. God bless you.
Well, that's like
What's
the same price we
what
pay.
are you doing over there in Guam?
That's what we pay for $4.55 now a gallon.
Where, out by you?
Yeah, 4.55. It
I don't
goes up at
know.
4. It goes up. It goes 4.39 one morning. You drive to work in the morning. It's 4.39, right, or 4.49. Then you come back home. It's 4.55. It goes up and down during the day. I'm like, what the hell? You like sit at the gas station all day, wait for it to go down, like get the
What's
stock
up, Roman?
exchange. Like is it gonna go up or down?
That's insane. Do they sell $5,000 milk in Guam?
Oh
What
my god,
what-
that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. So,
um, yeah, gas around here is like three and change. What a big difference between out your end and my end. Holy crap.
well, out here we get out there. You guys are a little closer to a lot of things. Out here, you got to drive to get the things. You want to go shopping. That's a 20-30 minute drive just to get to the mall or to the grocery store, unless you happen to live right next to them, which is very rare.
He said, hard to leave the island when beaches are 5 minutes away, no matter what direction. Yeah, I guess that's true too.
Well, so there you go. For me to go to the beach where I'm at, it's a field trip. You got to plan, leave early in the morning. So it's a field
Oh,
trip.
yep. Hold on. Gonna do my shameless plug here. This guy runs on Dunkin' iced coffee.
Well, I wrote what I'm drinking, but I'm not gonna promote alcohol. So anyway,
All I know is yours is in a green bottle because I saw you drinking it earlier.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's not Heineken, so I'm not gonna say the other name. I'm not drinking Heineken. So we think about the Raiders going forward, man. I just that so much just what? Why are we always in the news?
Why? What happened now? What did I miss?
No, I was talking about they keep talking about Wilkins' foot, Jitty
Uh,
stance, all kind of stuff. Like, okay,
Camel toe milk. Pretty enjoyed it. um, yeah, I mean, I, that's like some people are just still getting all excited for like the rookie mini camps and the OTAs and oh this guy looks good, that guy looks good. They're in shorts and freaking a helmet on their head.
no,
Let's start talking when they start smacking each other with pads on and shit.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, look who's in the chat. What's up, Superpower?
Hey, Raider
You
dudes,
know,
what's up?
you know who that is, right?
Nah, Superpower? No, who's that?
Billy Joel.
I know
Sing
Billy
us
Joe.
a song. You're the.
I know Billy Joe is, but Superpower.
What's up, Bruce Willis? What's
I
up,
know
brother?
Bruce Willis is too.
It's Piano Man. He changed his name.
Okay.
You didn't know
Um,
that, did you?
nah,
I
I
caught
didn't
that
know.
right away the other night when we were on.
I didn't know he changed his name, but
Yeah.
that's fine.
Oh, it was last night, I think. I think it was on our show. I knew right away. As soon as he started talking, I'm like, oh, there's Piano Man. And then somebody was like, no, who are you? And I said, it's Piano Man. You guys took this long for you guys to figure this out?
Well, I didn't see him last night, so I didn't know. I didn't know. That's fine.
Yeah, you were being You were being stingy and not watching that show last night.
No, I was being sick as a damn dog. It's damn weather
I know.
changing, man. One day it's 95 degrees, next day it's like 74. Like, what the hell's going on here, man?
See,
Oh, old body can't
man,
take
that's
the
because
weather change.
this is the best channel as far as the rated channels. So you come to the right channel, that's for sure.
Okay, we appreciate that.
I bet you're supposed to be the next third and fourth, third and Renfro. We hope so, man.
Yeah, we hope, yeah, that's what we're looking for. That clutch receiver, because he's only dropped what, one pass in 2 years.
Yeah. So Joseph wants to know if we are for or against the tush push,
I don't
or
care.
the push tush as he says it. I'm for it.
It
Stop it.
don't matter. It don't matter to me. If a defense can't stop it, leave it alone. They got to figure out a way to stop it. You
I
know.
mean, it's no different than it's a QB sneak play is what it is. So if they're pushing from behind, whatever, who cares?
Yeah.
Stop them. Plain and simple. And it's going to happen to us probably. We got to play the Eagles this year, so let's
Yeah.
see what happens.
A lot of
You
teams are
know?
going to do it now. A lot of teams are going to start doing it.
Why wouldn't you?
The
You
thing
know?
is that the rules state that you're not allowed to carry a player across the
Well, that's different.
the
You're
line of
not really
scrimmage.
carrying. You're just
Yeah,
pushing him
yeah.
from
So
behind.
doesn't matter. They're gonna push him. So what?
And I
Just
think
like
the main argument is the fact that you can't push like a linebacker can't push the defensive tackle in front of him forward.
right.
It's against the rules on the defense, but in the offense, there's nothing that stops that. What's up, Gravy? There's nothing that stops that.
Well,
You
it's the
know?
same thing. The same thing on a field goal attempt, PA attempt. The linebacker wears him back can't jump on the defensive tackle's back to catapult him up to block the field goals.
Yeah.
So that's rule that they have in there. What's up, Gravy? That's what they have in there. But if he's just pushing them, they do it all the time. They've been doing it for years. That's nothing new. You know.
Oh yeah, we can rock. Definitely.
Yeah. So if that's what. Unless okay, what's this? It's a new offense. It's not a new offense to play, but it's an offensive play.
Yeah.
Whose job is
Gravy
to
chip.
stop it? Not the NFL. The job is up to the defense to stop it. So,
Gravy, I sent you the link in your Instagram if you want to come in. If you're not doing anything, you're more than welcome. You know that.
oh yeah, pop on in, Gravy. I love shooting the shit and those. Get my stogie out when you pop in. If I can find them, I put them. I
Yep.
put my stogies down somewhere to take to me to Bakersfield. Now I don't know where I put them at. Those are white
I
too.
saw Gravy was saying the other day on one of his shows he lost one of his too. Either someone took it or he just lost it somewhere out there too.
No, somebody took it. I know who took it, but I'm not going to blast somebody. I told Grieve I think I know who took it, but I'm not going to say his name here.
Oh, you can say it. It was probably Leo.
No, it
I
wasn't
know it
Leo.
was. I was just kidding.
No, it wasn't Leo. Leo.
um, oh, looks like Nate's gonna come in too.
No, cool.
I know Jay said he was gonna pop in. I mean, we'll put the link up in a little bit. And we've only been on for like 13 minutes, but we
Yeah,
gladly
but
will put that up.
I mean, I remember seeing it in college when Pete Carroll was coaching USC. They call it the Bush push against Notre Dame. I don't know if it's actually originated there. I don't know if they've been doing it for a while, but that's what they called it there. The NCAA didn't say anything about it, so it was legal
Again,
there.
it's a legal play. What are you gonna do? What do you how do you eliminate a legal play like that? I mean, obviously you make it illegal. Duh.
Well, there's certain plays that have to make it legal. Like I said, that PAT field goal attempt where the linebacker
Mm-hmm.
steps on the use the defensive line to catapult him up. Okay, you can make that
Yeah.
legal, but and like you said, they pushing the defensive tackle on the play. You know, there's a bodies flying everywhere. What you gonna do? Flag every play? They salute Raylo, but this is
What's up, Ray?
the defense got to stop it.
What's up, Farson? Farson Vile hand. Man, I got one hair on my mustache that's driving me fucking crazy right now.
That one strand.
Yeah, it just curls and it just touches the outside edge of my nose and it spreads.
Mine does. That's why I keep doing this. I got the hair that keeps sticking my nose.
Oh
Like
my god, it
stop.
drives me crazy.
I see you doing this. Like stop.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm trying to.
What was that? What was that shit that you seen George Clooney and them, the old movie? Yeah, can't think of it. Old Brother Where Art Thou? You seen that movie, right?
Um, oh my god,
Dapper Dan. You
Dapper,
should,
right? Was it
yeah, old Brother Where Art
Dapper
Thou?
Dan? Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna Dapper Dan put on mustache and all right. Hey, stay down. I
Yeah, it's basically just mustache wax, which I have. I have mustache wax in the other room
don't have none of that.
or in the
I
bedroom.
don't want Dap.
I
Damn
don't.
it,
I
I'm
haven't
a
used
Dapper
that
Dan
in a while.
man.
I'm a Dapper Dan man.
I'm not Dap. We can go some Dapper Dan. It'll take us about 2 to 3 weeks.
So last, I know you didn't watch last night's show because you already said you didn't.
I was out
Um,
last night to take some what's that called? Some
the
NyQuil,
coast,
man. It was killing me.
yeah. Well, it was the coast to coast last night with Nate and I, and he, he did his. He talked about his trip to Bakersfield and everything, and then when we were done with that, we went through the schedule, him and I, and
Uh,
we each just picked win and loss games and everything, and fucking did it again like I did last Friday night. I came up with 11 wins
11
again.
6. 11 6.
I was trying not to. I really was. I was trying to keep it under 10 or around 9 or so. I couldn't do it. And I had us getting swept by the Broncos, but I did have us sweeping the Chargers. I had us splitting with the Chiefs, maybe. Like it came down to that last game of the season. It depends on where the rankings are. If the Chiefs have the number one seed locked up,
They're
if
not
they
doing that.
do,
They're not playing
they
anybody.
may, huh?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're gonna sit people more than likely, unless they have a chance to knock us out of the playoffs, and they may just well as try and do that.
I don't know. I'll say that. I don't know that would happen. They're gonna sit players because Chiefs right now hates the Raiders so bad
That's
that
what
they're
I'm
gonna
saying,
try to win. Yeah, they're gonna try to win that game.
and that's why. All right, even if they're gonna beat us, then we do what we can to fucking inflict bodily harm on them, so
Yeah,
they lose guys for the playoffs.
yeah. Play them up, beat the
Got
hell
guys
out.
out for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, beat the hell
Yeah,
out.
you know. I think you all should wear real old school leather football helmets during shows.
Yeah, Chris had one earlier.
I
I
mean, I
don't
do
have.
have a football helmet, but it's not leather. It's hanging up
Yeah,
behind me.
I
I
don't
don't know
know.
if
I'm
you can
not that
see it.
damn old, but Jesus
Yeah,
Christ,
it's right
I'm
there. You can see it right here.
not that damn old. But yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah, I don't know what those things cost. Those things ancient.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I'm sure you could probably find a replica one out there where you would be
Oh
too.
yeah,
But
shit.
that would be fucking funny though.
You know what? I'm gonna look into that. Called the old school show.
Yeah.
We're on our two old grumpy man show when we do it. That's good. That's going to rock. Yeah, I looked at the schedule too. And I'm looking like I still say 10. I'm right in that 10 range. If he come out right, if the offenses are clicking, we get the old line right, defense. Everybody's concerned about Christian Wilkins. I'm not too concerned about that because they did get a lot of D tackles in there. Because
Yeah, I'm not
they're gonna do a lot of rotation. They're not gonna just Matt Scribe is going to have to come in and come
what's
out.
up, Jay.
Hey Jay,
Yeah,
you
I'm not
know,
worried about it right now. I'm
because
I'm I'm really I'm not. I'm I do worry if Olsen he has to have surgery again. Now, okay, now
that's
now
worse.
now there's a potential long term issue here, but I'm not I'm not stressing over it right now.
Yeah.
It's still too early.
They got what July, June, the old
Yeah,
thing
so you
mini
got
camps.
this month's basically over. So you got June, July, August. So you got 3 full months.
Yeah,
You know.
so he's out
So
there. He's just not doing anything, strenuous. He's out there. We do little runs and stretches, and they put the boot back on. They say he's wearing the boot. Yeah, he's trying to keep the inflammation down. because he is doing some things out there, but
Hmm.
he's not out there practicing. And really, nobody's even doing anything anyway. They're not like they hitting each other or anything like that. They just, run through the drills and this and that. Because how many drills do a defensive tackle need? There are not that many. I mean, they have a scheme and playbook, but they're not like the receivers and anybody else. They don't have to go out there and memorize routes and memorize pass patterns and all that stuff. Don't they got? I don't know. I don't play defensive lineman, but they do got when they stun, when they do all that stuff. They got to know that, but it's not that much stuff they really have to know.
I
Not
mean, you're not wrong when you say that. I get what you're saying. You know, okay, kind of tried. They're almost done. I think less people is more common shit.
whatever.
How about just had a safety retire Adelaide to be home with his kids? Wow.
Okay.
Uh, I'll fine with me. See ya.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's one less player you got to worry about.
Hmm.
Adderley, huh?
I mean, if we look at the teams in our division right now, I mean the one that I really I think the Chiefs are on a downward spiral now. I think it's starting for them, but I think the Broncos. I think they got definitely better in the draft and the offseason. Um, the secondary definitely got better. There's no two ways about that. You know,
Mhm.
you brought in somebody that's going to complement and play the other side of the field from Patrick Surtain. So, let's see what happens there.
Well, they lost Green. They lost Greenlaw for the year, so that's
Yeah.
one piece they lost. But you got to look at, like you said, the Chiefs in a spiral of downfall. Yeah, I thought about that too. I think he said that on a show, somebody's show. You got to look at what happened to them. They barely beat the 49ers in Super Bowl because they didn't know the old time rules. They limped their way into the Super Bowl this year. Buffalo should have beat them easily. They didn't do it, so they limped in there, and Philadelphia just crushed them.
Yeah. It was
So
beautiful.
it was. I was that was the happiest day of my life in football. Not the team not being the Raiders, but they
Dude, he was
limped.
25. The kid that retired from the Chargers is 25 years old. Holy shit.
You know. But
Hey,
like
I
I
mean,
said, the 25 is young.
yeah, it is.
Is a DB.
Safety. What's up, Raph?
He must have some home issues. So we don't know why he retired. That's up to him.
Well, they said he wanted to be home with his kids.
Yeah. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Family man.
Yeah,
Probably got enough 25, so he probably NFL for 3 years, 4 years, roughly.
3 to 4 in that range, I guess.
So he probably got his contract and he's happy with it. The lonesome
Yeah.
man's happy. Can't knock that. Um, so you gotta look at this. Is that Chiefs offense last year was not good. Not like
Hmm.
they used to be. Their
No, it was
defense
the defense last
defense
year.
did saved them a lot of games. We should have beat them that last game because we had them on the ropes. We in the first game played them. We were close. I don't know what happened that game, but I know what happened. But we were close. But so the Chiefs don't scare me as much as they did 3 years ago.
Yeah, they're not the same team. They're totally different.
I like what Rock said. Chiefs had yeah. Well, when you go Super Bowl, you're supposed to get the toughest schedule the following year. You know, but we'll see how it plays out. But I said, only thing I'm worried about, like you said, is the donkeys. I'm worried about that because they did get better. Chargers, I'm not worried about too much. They changed a couple of things, but I don't think they made a big enough change to, you know, really scare me.
Yeah. Well,
Well, the
I'm trying to
Chargers beat
find something on this kid to see what it says.
no, the Chargers had when they beat us, they had a better coach, better system. They had everything going for them. We had first year coach, crappy as a offensive coordinator, and a defense that couldn't stop the run.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about the Chargers. No, I'm more about the Broncos than anything else. What was that kid's name again?
Adderley, he said.
Exactly.
Adderley.
Adder. Oh, the ADD. Okay.
Adderly.
Give us some of this stuff.
I'm not showing anything.
Let's see.
Still looking. I can't find shit. Um, what's this?
I see who he is. I'm saying this. His name is Nassar Adderley. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's I got it right here. Sports history, I got it up. Yeah, you want me to share it?
Yeah, got it.
No, hold on. Can you see it?
I'm in another screen.
Oh,
Oh, look. Oh, I can't see that shit.
how about now? Well, yeah,
On
we
the
only have
Chargers
one.
high draft pick reveals why he walked away from NFL at a young age. How long ago was that? It must have just been the last day or two.
May 22nd. Happened yesterday. Oh, the report came out. Yeah. So I can see. Yeah. Yeah, the former charge said he found outside football at a young age and is most respected.
Huh.
Uh,
Hey, sounds good to me.
yeah, I'm fine with that.
This year.
Oh, it says right here. The Philadelphia native released why he made a decision and drove with new ventures. In a recent interview with Matt Breen, Early mentioned that missing the birth of his daughter in 2020 heavily influenced his decision. So basically, he missed the birth of his daughter in 2020. That was
Yeah,
4 years
yeah, because
ago,
he was probably playing.
5 years ago.
Uh,
They don't say anything about injuries or anything like that. So that's pretty much it.
yeah, it's not good. I mean, good luck to him.
Yeah, do what they got to do. It's all about the family. Oh, like I said, that's one
Man, I
aspect you got to
forgot
work.
they got Omari in Hampton too. God damn it!
I'm not worried about
They
him too
def-
much.
they updated their running back. That's for sure.
Yeah, because they got what's his name? Najee Harris.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about him, to be
Yeah,
honest with you.
yeah, it's a safety. Yeah, well, good luck to him and his family. Teams that have relied on AI to improve nowadays, Spottek is not so much reliance. FaceTime kids. I'm like, shit, for $20, I'll FaceTime my kids. Yeah. But it's still nothing like being there. But yeah, making that much money. I tell my kids, you gotta see when I finish playing football, then we'll have a good life the rest of our lives. But it's no telling what's going to then it was no telling the dynamics was going on inside the family. We don't know exactly what's going on. It could be anything. So news will come out later.
Yeah,
But I really don't care. That's them. Yeah,
Shit, I'll FaceTime my kids for 20 million.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Hi, kids. Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
give them a
me,
nice.
Dad. See you
You
in
give your
5 months.
you give your kids a nice little soundproof studio. Gravy's here.
Hey, bring them up.
What's going on, Gravy?
Good evening, fellas. How you doing?
What's
Doing
up,
good,
Gravy?
man.
How you
Good,
doing,
brother.
brother?
Good to
So
see you
what's
guys.
new in the gravy world?
Nothing new. Just in recovery, having a wonderful evening. I just ate dinner and watching my phone and seeing
How
you
you been
guys and
feeling?
say, hey, what's up?
Yeah, just talking, chilling. Nothing really
Heard you,
How
big.
heard
you,
you
how
guys
you been?
talking about that tush push and all that stuff. So,
Yeah.
Eh,
Well, somebody in the chat asked what we thought of if we were for or against. I'm like, I'm for it. I mean, stop it. I mean,
yeah,
me too.
yeah.
I mean, what do you want me to say? You
It's
know,
a
it's like
it's a
if
football
you
play
can't
and a
stop
football
it,
movement.
then I mean, you got to come up with something. I mean, granted, I know the defense is at a severe disadvantage on that play. You know, there's no two ways about it. I mean,
Right.
shit, you could start at your own 5 yard line and run that play and go 95 yards and get a touchdown. I mean, how are you going to stop it on the defense? You
You don't
really
put
can't.
yourself defensively. I understand what they're saying. I understand
Yeah,
what they're saying defensively because you can't push anybody. Like if you could get the nose
correct.
guard as he gets lower than the center, you can't have a linebacker, a bigger guy push him.
Right.
They don't have that advantage. But and most likely, I think the rule is where you can't carry a guy
Yeah.
over the line. But don't put yourself in that predicament. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
offensive guys will say.
seriously.
Don't put yourself in
Play
fourth
better
and
the
one,
other
then you won't have
three.
to worry about it.
Play,
Yeah.
yeah, play better on the other downs ahead of time that led up to that getting to that
Mhm.
1 inch mark. You know.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. You're
Exactly.
fourth and inches
I
on the
mean,
goal line, then you don't got a choice. But
well, here's my other thing too. Don't complain about it. Just develop the play yourself. Use it
yeah.
yourself. Why wouldn't you? Eagles have gotten it down pat. I mean, what the hell?
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
it's a rugby play. It's a
What's up,
rugby
Eva?
type play. That's why. And then the teams that are bitching about it, that I wasn't really surprised about. The teams that are bitching about it, like Green Bay's owner, Kansas City's owner, because
What's
they
up, Cool
they
Kev?
lost games to it. Philly whooped their ass with it, and the only team that does it well is Philly because they the quarterback. Buffalo does it too, but that Allen's 6'4". It's easier to do with a smaller guy, and Hurts is small. He's
Yeah,
real powerful. He really doesn't need Saquon or anybody to push him. He just follows his big guys up front, and then that's
Right.
yeah.
they get lower. They get lower than the defensive lineman. Just you got to work on it. Reps is what you get good at it. Anybody just can't do it, but it's a
Right.
quarterback, and you got to rep it. You rep it and
If you
keep
got the
doing it.
right teams, you can do it. Basically, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If you, sorry, not the right team. If you got the right type of players, you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
You just can't say, "Yeah, the Raiders are going to do it." I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. They got the offensive
Yeah,
linemen to do. You gotta be together and get low, super low, and it's just not doing it. It's just not easy saying, "Well, we could do it." We got a fullback. We got to put a Pagoose guy that could run the. Nah, he can't do it.
nah, that's not a
Our
push.
offensive line ain't that built to do that.
Yeah, you got was like a
what's up,
power speed
Jason?
line, old line to do that stuff. You got the guys
It's
to
good
push.
defense. It's a condensed formation. You got to know
Yeah.
what you're doing when you're doing it. You got to be, stepping on each other. You just all your whole line just hits one spot. You see it and it looks like it goes like that. Like right in this, boom, like and then all that power and all that weight is going to one. Like the basic, you know what's going to take to stop it? But honestly, I hate to say it, but someone's going to get hurt. It's going to take an injury to get hurt, for somebody to get hurt, for it to be banned from. And
Mm.
once that happens, they'll get rid of it because
Yeah,
it almost does. Chris Jones got hurt after that play for Kansas City.
yeah. His neck.
You know how
Yeah.
remember he was over there going like this when they had that machine on his neck, and remember in the Super Bowl when he was
Yeah.
doing that? That was right after that play. That was right after a play like that. So it's going to take that a player like that to get injured. You know, for it to be banned. And I think that was a point for Kansas City, but stop it. First of all, stop it, and then if it doesn't, if it's not, dude, they did it like 90% of the time. They only got stopped like 13 times out of 50 or something like that.
Yeah.
Can't
Yeah.
stop.
Well, you got to remember that Philadelphia been doing that for a couple of years now, so they have practiced that and know how to run it. So a new team like Buffalo, I guess they tried it, didn't work because, like you said, Alice was 6'4".
Yeah, he doesn't get low enough. You got to get low with the lineman too,
Yeah,
and he just runs with them. And you got to have a good. You got to be really, really good at it. Got to rep it over and over. They probably
yeah,
rep it so many times in practice. They've been doing it probably for a year before that, before they really felt comfortable. You got to be really comfortable to use it, not just because teams win Super Bowls with it, or teams are successful at it. You can keep repping it, but then when you're good at it consecutively all the time, then you could put it in there and try it.
Yeah.
yeah.
Otherwise, you don't get a 4th and 1, and usually 4th and 1s are critical downs of a game. They mean something, so just run a play. You know what I mean? We'll just run a play under center or something like that. Try to draw them off sides or something. Usually that happens. With us, it happens all the time.
There we go.
This,
Like I need to
this
lock the
is
chair.
rugby that you the anchor and onto the top. I haven't really watched rugby, so I guess you said it was a rugby play, Gravy.
It's built from that atmosphere of the football like that. It's a
Yeah.
really, really condensed play because they have I don't know what it's called.
What's up, Boston?
It looks like that type formation. That's a type of formation. That's a rugby formation. But you have 7 guys on the line of scrimmage, and they're big guys. You put your big guys over there, your biggest guy. They really don't have to be good offensive linemen. They just get low and move their legs.
Yep.
Got guys that squat 700 more than that pounds. You go do it.
Well, like I said, it's a football play, so if defense can't stop it, they go look. If I had a team and we can do that successfully, if you can't stop it, I'm gonna keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, until somebody get majorly hurt, like Chris Jones has his little neck injury or whatever, until it get really dangerous or people getting hurt, then they'll probably put a stop to it or put some kind of regulations on it.
Because Chris Jones is who he is, but he probably tried to do something himself and he got bent back, man, from all that. You probably got about just with the center guard and the 2 guards, you got more than 1,000 pounds coming right at you, and that's he's 3 something, but that could mess up your little neck. That could mess up your neck, no matter how strong you work it out.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Oh yeah,
you got over 1,000 pounds. That's not even including the tackles.
Yeah, you get that much force against you, man. You can't do anything about that, Because 300 versus 700, usually 700 win, 700 pounds. So
yeah. But you got to figure the quarterback too is running, and then you got a guy pushing him. That's probably 2 something. Just that all inertia going at you is going to.
Yeah, KC's tough Buffalo because, like you said, Allen is not fit for that type of system. Jalen Hurts a little small, a little stocky. He can get behind the offensive line and do it.
You get a chance. Look at Jalen Hurts' legs too.
Yeah, he's stocky.
He's squatting 600-700 pounds.
He's not a little guy at all.
Jason's saying KC stopped Buffalo with it.
Yeah, I just put it up there, buddy. Yeah. So I heard on the other channel with Chris 805, and they was talking about the Genty stance. What do you feel about it? I heard you really talk about it. I heard you mention in the comments. What do you feel about that? Changing the stance.
I talked about it on some morning shows, Chris, but
you did?
It's just the Genty's gonna realize this, and I know why Chip Kelly's having them do it because you're not the quickness of the NFL is 100 times faster than what it is in college, and by you being ready, and in the basic stance for a running back is getting low you're on the balls of your feet, And I don't teach my running backs to take a step back and then go. Just like you teach a linebacker. A linebacker's first step shouldn't be back; it should be forward, because you want to stop somebody at the line of scrimmage. You want to get to that area as a running back as fast as you can. And if I understand what Genty's gripe is, that if he balls out and still does that stance, then fine. And people
Yeah.
could say, Derrick Henry does it. Nick Chubb did it. Gibbs did it, but they balling out. What I mean, Genty. We don't really know if we're just if Chip Kelly and the running back coach are just saying, "Hey, do this, and let's see what happens." Are you quicker on the give? Are you quicker getting there? And if you're not, then just do what you're doing. You know what I mean? But Chip Kelly knows that when you're in this stance, if that it's not going to work for him, and it's his offense, so he's not going to change things for one player that's been doing something. And it's really, I don't think it's going to matter really. You know what I mean? If he gets low or he stands up, I don't really think it's going to matter, but it will make him, as far as he's going to have to pass block, because if he's a 2-down running back, we wasted a freaking pick on we wasted a pick on a running back that we only runs the ball for 2 downs. At third down, we're in a situation where we need to throw the football, and if he can't pass block and he stands up like that, he ain't gonna be able to get there to do it.
You want no leverage. So you don't know leverage for one thing. You really stand up.
You're not gonna have the leverage to do it, and that's what is important, because in Chip Kelly's type offense, you're gonna have to pass block, and a lot of college players come into the league learning how to pass block because they don't pass block a lot in college, because college coaches we have to win now or we're going to get fired. You know what I mean? It's the way of the NFL is not really that way. You gotta pass block in the NFL. If you're a 2-down back, you're not going to play. If you don't pass block, I wouldn't even play you, basically, if for 2 downs, because they're going to know that you're in a different situation if you bring in another back. You guys understand what I mean? Like 3rd downs.
Yeah, no, I definitely
we're
get
gonna okay, Jeff, get ready. You pass block better. So, just okay, they're gonna pass now because Jeff is in there. You know what I mean? And defensive coordinators, they figure out your little knickknacks, your habits, and what you do.
Yeah.
And that'll happen to him.
Was that one of the negatives on Genty coming out, that he wasn't a good pass blocker?
Well, usually, Jeff, we got to take consideration, Jeff, that Chris, that usually, and not all those running backs aren't good pass blockers, because
plus
they learn how to pass block in the pros because it's so important in the pros, and then more than it is in college.
But Boise State didn't really pass that much anyway.
Oh no, they just gave it to Jensen.
Yeah, but we got to realize, like Ricky said, in college, the coaches really don't have a whole lot of time to deal with that, because these players are here for 2-3 years, or they come in for 1 year and they gone. So they don't really have that much time really to set, talk, develop the pass blocking effort, because it's all quick. Like the turnover is so quick in college because these players come in, they gone.
It's different, but really, I don't teach. My kid's a natural. If I have a kid, that if I was in junior college like I was, and I had a kid that did that, and that stood like that, and if he was the best player on my team, I wouldn't mess with him. You know what I mean? Because that's the way he is. That's what he's gonna do. But the speed is so different in the NFL. Those linebackers and those defensive tackles are gonna be there. They're gonna be there faster than you used to do that, and then it just takes so much time, and we're talking seconds here, milliseconds here, guys, that's going to take for him to. He's going to get the ball, he's going to get the handoff, and he's going to be low. Okay, anyways, so why not just be in that stance already instead of just and if you're 5'8", yes, we know he's 5'8", right? So, and nobody can really see you when you get the handoff or the mesh. Just be 5'5", and then nobody's gonna see you. You know what I mean? Yeah. Be 5'6", and that's even better. So it works either way. Guys that do it, they let him, fine. If he's better with it, fine. He just better if he gets what he wants, and if he's better at that, then I think Chip's going to let him do it. And then if he's faster, quicker, and 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 hits the hole, explode better, then they'll probably keep him. That stand up shit ain't gonna work for me.
I think they make a big issue on that. I think, like you said, Chip Kelly just trying some, because he had some good running backs during his tenure as a college coach and somewhat professional coach a child. It's okay, you know what you do. We know what you did in college. You're in the pros now. Let's try to see if we can improve, like you said, millisecond quicker. You got that backfield because you got the ends coming in, linebackers and the D tackles coming in really faster now. So let's get you to that hole quicker. Let's see if that works. If it don't work, if he runs better standing straight up, then they probably go right back to it. But we're gonna try this now, see how that works.
If he could get there just as fast instead of being lower and on the balls of his feet, then just don't mess with it. But it's almost impossible. Try to do it, you know what I mean, and see if we're faster. It's been proven that Genty's not faster than those guys that we mentioned. He's not faster than him.
No, he's not.
And so if you really don't have something already, and when you get lower, you could be the same person in the pros without being slow like in college. They don't want the college. They want the breaking the tackles, get into the hole quick and all that stuff. But you're not playing UNLV and Fresno State and New Mexico State anymore. You're playing elite, the best people at their positions on that team. And it might be, it's going to be major faster, quicker. They're not only going to be at the line of scrimmage before you think they would be, they're going to be there before you think they would be. You know what I mean?
Right.
So he's just trying to eliminate that little millisecond. He wants that millisecond back. And that's why he's trying it out. I think it's just a tryout process. I don't think it's a big thing. But
let's look at the holes on the offensive line. It's not going to stay open longer like they was in college. Those holes going soon they open up. You got to go. You can't take a step back and hesitate. Soon the hole open up, you got to take off immediately. You can't wait.
Now running back, Jason Downs. That's almost eliminated. Everything's 2 points down. Fullback, there are no more fullbacks. They're tight ends now, and they're 2 points down, and they're usually on the right or left side. And their motions, it's different. Football's different. And this is a different thing that people do. A lot of coaches that I talk to hate it, that he stands like that, but he balls out, man. I go, if you had a running back that stood like that and he got you 2,000 something yards, would you bitch about it? He goes, nah.
Nope.
So I said, all right.
Exactly.
I wouldn't bitch about it. If you're getting me 2,000 yards and you're 92%, you're 92% of my offense.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not broke. It's not broke, bro. So if he does that in the pros and produces like that, they say the same. I would do that. I would push him to it. Chip Kelly's a real stubborn person. He wants things done his way, and I commend Genty for wanting to be coached up. You know what I mean? That's very rare in football. Players are very superstitious, and if you played football in college or anything like that, or coached it, players. They think they're gonna fuck up if they do something different. They don't want to do that, and I commend him for being all right with it. But in his head, he knows I'm better doing this. It's more comfortable for him. You want your player to be comfortable. But it's like I said, it's probably just a tryout thing. See what you can do with this, and then if not, we'll do it back there. We're just making a big issue about it.
I don't think they're messing with his confidence. They know what he can do, what his capabilities are. I think they just, we know what you did in college. We're going to try something different. We're going to see if it makes it better. If it don't, they'll probably go back to the way he originally run. They're not messing with his confidence. They're just trying to coach him up because you come from college to the pros, you got to learn a whole lot of different things. It's not the same. So they say,
you got to learn how to pass block. You got to learn, pass blocking is way, way different. And pass blocking is so important in the NFL. If you don't do it, you're not going to play. I can guarantee you that. No matter who you were picked or no matter whatever, you cannot do it. The years you got of running the football is going to be limited or over if you cannot pass block.
Yeah, you're gonna be on a certain down, or
It's a
you're gonna be on such
necessity in
teams,
football.
or you'll be on practice squad, you're gonna be on the bench, one or the other. You're
Mhm.
not gonna play.
Or
How
if you
about you?
fumble, if you have a fumbling problem, they're not going to keep you around that long. So
The question about Rock, how does
Paul.
Geno Smith compare to the best quarterback? We don't know yet. We haven't seen him play for the Raiders yet. His history looks pretty good, but we don't know how and shit. We don't know how he's gonna play with Chip Clay's offense, the weapons he have. We don't know
what
yet.
up,
We
man?
wait till the first game.
Dog.
I guess he's just asking basically where does Geno stack up in rate of QB history, like compared to our past quarterbacks. Where would you put him? I guess where do you think he would fit best? I guess is his question.
Uh,
He's different. He's different. He's a different type of guy than we had.
if you're gonna compare the last 4 years, I can say he's better than we had last 4 years. Yeah, but
Oh hell yeah!
hey, history, I don't know exactly.
It's 8 o'clock already. Damn.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
thought I
that's
had
what
some
Rock was
time, guys. I
supposed to
was already 8 o'clock.
No, that's fine.
Medicine
Yeah.
time.
Oh yeah, gotta take those meds, brother.
All right, links in the channel. I'm going to pin it to the top. Where is Alpha Card?
I'm tripping Hostetler. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Hostetler, it was good.
I really don't know where to put Geno in as far as Raiders. I really can't compare him to anybody offhand.
It's hard because we
I
never
forgot to
really
say,
watched.
send it to you in Instagram too. Wait,
It's
Paul, what's
hard because
going on?
we never really watched him play. We saw him play a little Seattle highlights, but we never really watched him play every game. So we got to see what he does here.
What's up,
You know?
Marcus?
Hey, Marcus.
Hostetler made a lot of mistakes, but he got shit done though. Too.
Yeah, he did.
What up, Marcus? How you doing, bro? Got a good chat.
Yeah, we always have a good chat and nice, respectful people.
Mm-hmm.
Even Piano Man calmed down a little bit.
Oh, you got that dude on here.
Yeah, he calmed down a little bit. Like I said,
What's up, Afakasi? What's up, brother?
Hey, R, what's going on, brother?
Not much. How we doing?
Chilling. Muted.
You're muted.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
There you go.
Yeah, good gang. Just finished my own stream before. Sorry to cut in your time, but I've been real busy this week. I did a surprise birthday gift unboxing with On Six. It's what someone had been cutting the onions before, so yeah.
It's Auntie Six's
Why is it his birthday today?
It's his birthday. I think in a week and a bit, but I got him something because I wasn't sure how long it would take for it to get there, but he got it. I don't know if you caught my stream. You probably didn't because you're busy on your own stream. But I bought him. I got him a whole setup: a laptop, a mic, a stream cam, and a mouse and a headphone.
Cool, nice.
So we're gonna be saying the Auntie Six show pretty soon, then, huh?
Yeah,
there's no reason why you won't.
I would subscribe and like. I'll do it.
Or the Miami Hurricane.
What's up, man?
The Miami Hurricane Raider Auntie Six shows.
Right.
Yeah.
We've been. There's a guy named Alvaro Martinez that's been on Miami #1 pick list for about 5 years. He's never been picked. No one's ever picked him, man. He's always a free agent. Nobody gets him there. I don't know who that guy is. He's a safety.
It must be his off the field issues. He's too busy with the ladies. You know what I'm saying? Too much.
He got a couple of
that must
kids
be
in every city. He got kids in every city.
Right. Yeah.
He's bad for the locker room. Bad for the locker room.
If you think about Wilt Chamberlain, he put that book out where he had Chris. You obviously know about this being a Laker fan and everything.
Yeah, I read the
he
book.
Banged like over 20-something thousand chicks.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no telling how many kids he has out there. I don't think he knows of any. Right? Nobody's ever said anything.
It's 15,000, I think it was. But
15,000.
There's another guy that played basketball. I don't know, you guys are Seattle Supersonics before they moved over. There's a guy named Sean Kemp.
Oh yeah,
he had a kid. He had a kid in every NBA city that he played for. And so he had a kid like he had 30 kids. And he had a kid in every NBA city. Like, what the hell?
Jeez. That's too much child support for me.
Yeah, right.
Right, exactly. What's going
So
on, boss?
Jason goes, if you were to have a meal with the Raider, dead or alive, who would it be? With the Raider, that includes Al Davis, anybody that's deceased, I guess, instead of just players.
Speak of the devil.
He
I'm
always
actually
says
still
that to
going
me.
to say
He
Howie
says that to
Long.
me when I mention that to him. He always says that to me.
I would say Bo Jackson, honestly.
Bo Jackson.
Yeah, you can't go wrong there either, that's for sure. So thank you, Aunt Six, for the $5 super chat here. It says,
I was
whoever
going to say Jamarcus
Alvaro
Russell just so I can
Martinez
ask him why he didn't study plays.
I would say Al Davis, but he'd probably make me pay for the whole meal and everybody's in the restaurant. But yeah, I'll do Al Davis.
So Aunt Six says, whatever
Hang on, let him read
Alvaro
his super chat.
Martinez does aside of football is none of your concern. Just because he's a ladies' man and breaks hearts and has numerous kids.
I was going to say Jamarcus Russell just so I can yell at him saying why he didn't study plays.
He wouldn't
What's up,
listen.
man?
He'd be too busy feeding his face, man. He's too fat, so he wouldn't even listen to you.
I mean, I'm
He'd be
jacked
like,
up
what's-
on that lean. He'll be drinking too much of that cough syrup.
It'd be like, what's film? I don't know what film is.
Yeah.
So you going to the Patriots game there, Boston X? Week 1 against
No,
us?
I don't got the money for that, honestly.
Dude, the tickets are insane. How much they are?
I'm going to Ravens Patriots in Maryland though. That's where I'm going though. My first ever football game. Watch the Ravens and the Patriots. It's like an hour from my house.
In Foxborough, or you?
I live in
Okay.
Delaware. I'm just my
Oh,
dad
do
grew up
ya?
in the New England area, so I became a Patriots fan and everything.
Makes
And I
sense.
never left my team. I've always stick through them, even with Cam Newton.
Ravens are gonna beat that ass.
I hope it's just a good game. I hope it's close.
It ain't gonna be. It ain't gonna be a good game. Save your money. Go to the Raider game. Go to the Raider game.
What? No, that's even worse.
Come on, gang! If I can make a game in the US, you guys can make a game. Come on.
Well, I'm trying to get that Cowboys game.
I'm thinking of going to the home opener, the Dallas game. I'm gonna be at the LA Charger game, and maybe the Denver game. I'm gonna go to all of the besides the Kansas City game at home.
I was gonna take my sister since she's a Commanders fan to Cowboys Commanders, but them tickets are expensive. I ain't got that type of money. It's like $100 per ticket. Even where the highest seat in the stadium is like $100 per ticket.
Where's this at?
Commanders, Cowboys, and DC.
Oh, because I'm
That's
trying to get
a
the Cowboys game.
up top.
Big
Cowboys game
difference
like
between a
$500.
Monday night home opener game and then a Monday night Raiders Dallas game. Big difference.
It's $500.
Hundreds of dollars.
Always.
Probably about a $500 difference between the Dallas game and the Chargers game.
Yeah, nosebleed section I looked at like $571. Like, damn, this is a nosebleed.
So which game's more expensive? I heard the Cowboys Raiders game is the most one of the most expensive.
Yes, it is. And then Chargers game, which is more important.
Well, you were there, Gravy. You saw that Nate won the tickets for that game, right? He got free.
He won it up
free
throwing a
tickets
little
to the
sticker
Raiders
trying to
Cowboys
get a
game on Monday night.
I was happy for him. He won that ticket for the game. I was like, man, I should have.
I don't know why it's so expensive though. Cowboys game, they suck. Nobody wants to watch Jack
It's
Prescott
still the
play
Cowboys.
football.
That's the thing. It's just like how there's that Raider mystique with the Cowboys. They have that same following. They have a bunch of idiots in their
Except
case
the Raiders
that follow
have a
that
future,
shitty
the
ass
Cowboys
team
don't.
through the years, but they still have a huge following.
Plus, it's a televised Monday night national game too, so they're gonna make sure.
True.
A lot of people are gonna be watching it. A lot of people are gonna be watching that game. It's gonna push for some records. It's gonna push for some records at that thing. If both of us are successful, I'm sorry. We're both successful. There he is, right there. He gonna raffle them tickets off to a homie in the panel today.
What up, everybody?
Hang on, AI wants to say something. Go ahead, Afakazi.
No, it's all good. What's going on, Nathan?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, you we're talking about how the Cowboys suck. I mean, we sucked last year. If I'm going to keep it,
you guys have a future.
Keep it real. We sucked as well, but it's not just the how the team is playing. It's also the experience in the location. And sorry, and also the facilities. You know what I'm saying? Like Allegiance
Yeah.
is a it's a newly built stadium.
I do want to go to
the
Vegas.
Cowboys is the whole mystique and the experience side of it. Like, yeah, the team's not doing well, which would drive the price is actually lower than what they would be if they were going to be more successful, because you can know that those tickets are going to just go up if the team's winning, right?
Yeah. I was going to go to Vegas in April to watch WrestleMania, but I was not paying $2,000 to sit up all the way up top.
Oh, I know those tickets
Fuck
were
that.
Those tickets are
All those
crazy.
tickets, and then they're talking about going back to Vegas next year. I'm like, tickets are never going to drop. I can't even attend a wrestling event ever.
Not if
Watch it
they're
on
going to stay
TV.
at that place. That's for
Either.
sure. That's going to be one of the more.
I don't even know if I
highest
can go to
priced tickets.
SummerSlam. That's probably going to be $1,000 as well.
What up, Anthony
What's up,
Estrada?
Nate?
Hey, son.
What up?
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
So I hear you're gonna go ahead and sell me your tickets for like $20 a piece, right?
No, he's taking
Yeah,
me.
you can
Shut
sell
up.
them to me. You can sell them to me. I mean, I want to go to Vegas eventually. Now's the time.
Well, he in our group chat we have going on Instagram and the Raider Connection. He said, "What are you guys going to do for the tickets?" And Leo and Jay said stuff. I said, "I'll throw you on my back and piggyback you all over Vegas while we're there. I'll carry you everywhere you want to go. Your feet will never have to touch the ground. I'll just carry you around." He goes, "I'm not that
Nate,
little. I'm not
Nate,
that
your girlfriend, she didn't put herself in that seat already, bro, didn't she?
Yeah, exactly. I think I might get in some
right
trouble.
there. She was happy. She was more happier than you were when you went.
Yeah, she was. She was like jumping up and down, man. She was excited, like, whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
Things you could do, bro. If your pops is still around, take your pops or that young lady. That's it.
Yeah, those are those are the two
Anthony.
people that are probably going to end up going.
Definitely.
Nutty Nate game. I'm watching the cheerleaders.
Hey, well, I'm gonna ask you guys a question. My time is limited because I took my medication. So before I start talking bad shit, and I got to do it before my medication hits. But what y'all think about this Wilkins thing? What you think about Christian Wilkins? You guys up to date about it? Because there's been recent news out. Recent news.
I'll share first if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Look, it's not ideal. It is a little concerning. I mean, word has it that he's still in the boot, so that's not good to hear. There's also word that Malcolm Kuntz still isn't 100% healthy, and now Thayer Munford is injured as well. So these injury news are concerning. But at the same time, look, I'd rather it be in the off season than not the regular season, right? Not ideal, yes, but better now than later. Like, hopefully come when it's the regular season or even preseason, these guys are ready to go and they're 100%. So look, take every precaution you need for them to be ready when it matters. Better now than later.
Yeah.
I'm gonna respond to that.
Yeah. I agree with that totally.
I think it's almost a fact. It's a re-injury. It's on the surgery. Either the pin broke or he redid it all over again, and he's not going to be there at OTAs. He's not going to be there training camp. He's not going to be there preseason. Now they're saying within the 5th, 6th game of the season, and that's not good, fellas. That is not. I might be talking shit. I might be hearing the wrong things, but when Vinny, that Benny guy, and Tashawn Reed and all these guys are saying it, they're in the facility of the Raiders and they're watching this guy. He's not.
Tashawn Reed is a very credible source.
He's not
very
credible. And so is Vinny. I respect Vinny, his word sometimes, but some of them. But they're saying that if you got a pin that broke inside your foot that was implanted and it breaks, it's not healing. It's not healing at all. So it's bad. It's bad for us. But maybe they knew about this, but they're not going to tell anybody. But we got we drafted 2 defensive linemen in the draft. Maybe that's why. And these dudes got to step up. I'm not confident in Tyree Wilson. I'm not confident on we have a guy that's a out of country player. He's a big dude, but is he at the point to where he's better than these guys from college? You know what I mean?
Who are you talking about, Gravy?
The guy from Australia. I don't know what his name.
This guy's not going to see the field for at least 2 years, man. So I wouldn't expect anything from that guy.
Now.
No, we don't. We drafted 2 guys. We got Adam Butler.
2 guys. So I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Are that
but not lucky.
Are going to have one of those guys is going to have to play. One of those guys is going to have to play.
Lucky Tasi's not going to see the field for at least 2 years. It's not going to happen.
One of these guys, young guys that we got, either Tonka or Peguch, is going to have to play, and he's going to have to do a lot of work. Because I don't believe in Tyree Wilson anymore, and I don't.
They're probably going to be forced into playing because of these potential long-term injuries now. Is there talk of it having to be surgery possibly again for Wilkins to correct the issue, whatever it is?
He already did.
No, a second surgery. I mean,
he already did that. Is what I heard.
When was that done? Just recently?
They ain't saying nothing.
And that's probably why he's back in the boot again. Then
could be. He's always going to have to use it. I know guys that had that injury. It's on the pinky side of your foot. They screw it back, and something about the screw broke, or he re-injured it.
Well, like I said, at least we've got Adam Butler, who's proved to be Mr. Dependable. The guy we brought in the door with no fanfare, with no expectation, who's been, in my personal opinion, the best interior guy we've had on our roster since the days of Richard Seymour and Tommy Kelly. He's been the only guy that has been in that interior who's been consistent the whole time he's been here. Name me one better and someone who's been more consistent and has outplayed and produced the way Adam Butler has in the 2 seasons that he's been with us, that's played interior specifically.
And that's why they signed to a 3-year contract. They didn't give Adam Butler like the other guys 1 year here, 1 year, 2. They gave him a 3-year contract because they know how valuable he is in a defensive line.
Right.
And then they got the guy, Lovi Tuki or the Toki, whoever's name, I can't say his name, from Arizona. So I don't know how he plays part in that.
Right, but it goes back to my point. We've and I've shot off about this a few times. We have drafted interior guys since 2017. I believe 9 guys. And in that time frame, it's been like what I believe the stat is 10 sacks between the 9 of them. 6 of those belonging to Mo Hurst. And the amount of pressures and the amount of tackles between the 9 of them has been not even close to the very bare minimum of expectation. So it's like I keep saying, please, can one of these interior guys that we drafted this year at least live up to that bare minimum expectation and be a decent rotational guy? And if they need to step up because Christian Wilkins isn't available, then can one of these guys pan out? Just one of them, please. And that Lucky Tasi guy from Australia, like he's one of your what do you call it? International player program guys. Like this guy hasn't played a snap of football. You know what I mean? Outside of the practice field. So I'm not expecting anything from this guy, much like I did with David Agoha, who's not even on our roster anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Lucky Fox in
the
off season, so he could be
whatever his name is. This is a guy who's going to be sitting for 2 years, learning his craft, and I'm expecting that from him. I'm not expecting to see him on the field for the next 2 years. So, but we really need one of these guys to step up. We know what we got with Adam Butler, but these other drafted guys we have in the door, Jonah Laulu, like, is it his turn to shine? Time to shine? Like time will tell. Yeah, exactly. Where's the flag? Mo Hurst, like Jihad, like Mo Hurst, he had 6 sacks in the 2 seasons he's been with us. And that's 6 of the 10 from the last 9 guys we've drafted since 2017. That is atrocious. That's a terrible track record.
But for me, being from the guys that reported it, now I'm concerned. So it's not like bullshit people, talking about this. He's in a boot. All right, he's gonna wear a boot for 2-3 years because he's gonna re-injure. It's gonna be sore for him after every game, every workout. I don't mind him not being in the OTAs if everything was all right. If he was making process, just look at Pete Carroll talk about it, man. Look at him. He doesn't look confident that this guy's gonna be back. If you really look at his demeanor, Pete Carroll doesn't act like that. I've never seen it. He's disappointed. He's disappointed on what he heard. Probably recently or maybe that day. I didn't feel like he was like, well. And then
we're paying him big money as well. We're paying him big money as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. It's $100 million guy, and then he's out again. And then, even if it's game 5 or 6, he still has to get ready. He still has to get in game shape. So it'll be game 10, 11 before he.
I'm actually.
It's bad for us. It's bad.
Why do Leaky Tofu have to sit for 2 years? I'm asking.
Are you talking about the Australian guy?
No, Leaky Tofu. They want a guy from Arizona. The guy's 6'5", 335. They got him from Arizona all season. He's a defensive tackle.
He's developing.
No, not him. He's in at least 6 years. Leaky Tofu. I think you guys talking about. I think you got names crossed because Leaky Tofu is the guy we got from Arizona in the off season. He's the
That
best.
that international guy that AR's talking about, he played on
This is
squads. He was on the
awful.
practice. He was on the practice squad for a couple
Look
teams.
at Fo2. Leaky, Lekifotu.
No, that's not him.
No, that's the same. No, that's not the guy we're talking about.
I like the leaky tofu better.
Yeah.
What fucking
No,
name
that's
was that?
Tufu. I don't know. Fo2, Tufu. Oh, Fo2. I said.
We picking on
Look,
those-
whatever his name is, whoever we've got
He
in the
ain't doing
door, if
nothing.
Christian Wilkins
Not doing nothing.
is not available, then one of these guys has to emerge and establish himself,
Right.
much
Yeah,
like
like I said,
Adam Butler has. One of
I
these
don't-
guys needs.
I don't expect the guy from Australia to come in.
Where's the flag? That's
be
what we're talking
be an
about.
all-star guy. I don't expect that because he could probably, like I said, sit 2 years. He's a rugby player that's come to the NFL, so I don't expect him to play right away. If he does, great. But I was talking about the other guy. But yeah,
We'll be
But
lucky to
how
see him take the
confident
field,
do
period.
you feel in your tackles
probably
when
not.
you got Tyree Wilson out there?
Well, I was just going to ask you that, Dewey, because I've heard people
and the
saying
two
that too.
rookies. Tyree Wilson and two rookies to be in your interior, because I don't think Tyree Wilson is even close to being a defensive end anymore. So,
Nope.
if he's going to play defensive tackle, then we're bad right there. Besides Adam Butler,
I don't think he's like the ass to play defensive tackle. To me, he might be fast but strong, but I don't think he can play tackle. Defensive tackle.
Who's
I think
fast?
so. I think he can.
I'm talking
he's not no
about,
defensive end. We drafted him as a defensive end, but he's not.
Yeah.
He's not even
Wilson.
close to that.
Wilson as a tackle would be a fast tackle, but I don't think he's strong enough to. I mean, he might be strong enough, but I don't think he's tackle.
No, he's strong
material.
enough to be a tackle. He's just not
Yeah.
fast enough to
Dude,
be
well,
he
he
was
was-
line, period.
He was actually more productive in his rookie season when we moved him to interior than he was when he was playing defensive end. He was an absolute non-factor. When we moved him to defensive tackle, he was actually able to do something some of the time. I mean, I can't remember if we saw him. I saw him more at defensive end last season than defensive tackle. But whatever the case may be, all those guys you highlighted, none of them I have seen enough to be confident that they have even established themselves to be a guy who can step in and start if Christian Wilkins is available. And that's a problem. But at the same time, look, at least we've got Adam Butler. We still got All-Pro Max Crosby. We brought back Malcolm Kuntz. So at least three of the spots on paper, we're good. It's that one spot in the interior. If we're needing to depend on all those names that we had to, even Google search, like, what's their name? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. To the point. That's a problem. You know what I mean? Like, one of these guys, especially, I'm looking at these guys we drafted, like, come on, like, can we at least hit on one of these interior guys? Because, like I keep highlighting, 9 guys since 2017, none of them have panned out to be a decent rotational guy. The closest we got was Mo Hurst, and he only lasted 2 seasons with us. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I really like the ability of the 2 guys that we drafted in JJ Pegues and Tonka Hemingway. I think they can be those guys, honestly, that we've been looking for. I know it's tough that we have to put them in that kind of position, but like, it's what we got for right now. And if we're gonna miss Christian Wilkins for the first 4 or 5 games, they're gonna have to be able to step up. I mean, I believe in them. It's probably gonna be a rocky start. I'm not gonna put it, any other way, but they're gonna have to try to learn by fucking fire.
They're gonna get
Well, I'll
picked
tell you
on
what,
big
they
time,
comes the June
Yeah.
1st cuts. They're going to have to be looking at who gets let go too. I guarantee
Pay
that.
some money for
For sure.
tackle.
Yeah.
Even
We're
if we
gonna
got
have
to rent
to.
him for a little bit.
Good thing we still got a chunk of money left too.
To be honest, the guy who, if I was to be even semi-confident in somebody to step in and maybe start in the pinch in place of Christian Wilkins, would be Jonah Laulu, the guy, the 7th round pick that was
He had a
we
good
didn't
year
even select
last
him.
year.
We
Yeah.
didn't select this guy. We actually signed him off of waiver wire
Waivers.
or free agency, and in spots later on in the year, I thought he played well enough. You know what I mean? He lived up to that bare minimum expectation. So can he take that next step? I guess we'll find out if Christian Wilkins isn't.
Someone
available.
has to.
Yeah,
Someone
we
has
saw-
to.
we saw him
He
off
would be the guy I'd have the most
Yeah,
most
you know what?
faith.
I forgot about him, Fakasi. You're right. I remember him last year. He had some decent games when he was in there.
Yeah, he did.
Right.
I
mean,
know
we
who you're
kept him,
talking
so
about,
that's a good
AR,
thing.
but I just can't get the names because I don't want to butcher them. Because
Jonah
I know
Laulu.
how oozes are. You fuck their
Raul,
name
yeah.
up, they come after you. So I don't gonna mess with you.
Well, I definitely want to butcher his name. I want to call him Tofu. So
Yeah, what the
Yeah,
fuck
you gonna
can't
get
get any
hit up.
worse than that?
If there's an oos in your town watching this show, he gonna hit you up. Why don't you say that name right? They get mad.
yeah.
Hey, there's one on the panel right now.
Yeah, see?
Nate, did you see the message from Anthony about he's going to the big game against the Yankees?
On Wednesday, yeah, that'd be dope, honestly. Yeah, we're playing really well right now, so hopefully we can keep it going by the time that the Yankees are in town.
I bummed Nate out last night on our show because we were talking about the Raiders Patriots game week 1, and I know when he comes out here, he wanted to go to Fenway Park and watch a Red Sox game. So we brought up the schedule real quick. They're on the road that whole time that he's going to be up here. If you wait till the Friday after our football game, the Yankees are in town. So, but
Jeff, you know what I want to ask you? I'm sorry, Nate.
You're good. No, you're good. You're good.
How far is Baltimore from New England?
From my house, like from my area, it's an 8-hour drive roughly.
Oh,
8 hours.
Maybe a little bit less.
My wife will be in Baltimore during that week, and I said, "I'll go with you. I'll go to the New England game." I know all them big cities are close together, but that ain't close.
Yeah, because we've gone from we've driven that. I've driven that with the kids. We went down to DC for the week, and years ago, and it's about an 8-hour drive from here to get to DC. And Baltimore's a little bit close, so I figure probably about maybe 7-hour drive time.
But I heard you talking about you parties and getting busy. I go, hey man, shit, I go hit that up and see what's going on over there. And I checked out flights. New England has an airport, right?
Or yeah, there's one in Rhode Island. It's TF Green. It's a smaller airport. It's easier to get in and out of than Boston. Boston's a fucking Anybody that's been asking me about coming out here, I'm trying to tell them to try and go to Providence if they can, but the tickets might be cheaper landed in Boston.
And the tickets ain't that bad. They're not that bad.
No.
Decent.
Can I address that comment by the Rock saying how Mohurst was saying we didn't utilize him correctly? That one there. I mean, he had his most productive years as a Raider. He hasn't done squat since he hasn't been in the building. So, it's not like we were putting him at defensive end or utilizing him anywhere else. He was placed specifically in the interior. He had one job, cause disruption, get the run stops when he can, and if he can, get your sacks. And his numbers were higher with us than they were anywhere else. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I mean, I'm no technical expert at the position, but
and he go to good teams too with good defenses, made him look good. Where'd he go?
Who you on?
He went to Cleveland.
The Browns.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever look at the stats, like since his time as a Raider, he hasn't done nothing.
Guys, when he was around, they had good defenses.
What's up, Tony? Bueno's here. What's up, Bueno?
Hey, I was checking that out. I was looking at that, Jeff.
Well, I know
go ahead. Or I was gonna say though that me and my girlfriend are actually planning on flying into New York, and then the Yankees play the Blue Jays, and then we're gonna stay like a night there in New York, go to the game, and then go to somewhere in Rhode Island or Providence, wherever closer to you. So, and then we can still go to a baseball game.
Yeah, I mean, you could actually from New York City, you could take the train up to Providence.
Yeah, we just want to go to the game because the Red Sox are going to be in town.
Other than that, you're going to have to rent a car or, fly up, and that's not going to be cheap, that little puddle jump.
Hey, Jeff, come pick me up.
Come swoop me.
Nah, I'm 8 hours, bro. I'll just fly to New England.
If you fly in, I'll pick you up. I'm already going to be shuttling Nate and his girl around, and Captain Jack's going to be with me. Captain Jack.
Oh, you got big ass Captain Jack, man. I don't know about that. Captain Jack's a tall dude, big dude. He's a tall guy. He's a defensive
He's driving
end.
up.
He's a defensive
He's driving up from Tampa. Hey, maybe he can pick you up on the way by.
And then Nate's like a short fucking defensive tackle type guy.
Yeah. Nate's pretty.
Nate ain't no kid. I'll tell you that. Nate ain't no kid. I'll put him in the tush push right there up front. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Nate ain't no small character.
Push up front.
When you said you want to carry Nate on your back, good luck. Cause Nate ain't no little guy.
You won't be able to do that, Judge. I'm gonna be a little heavy, bro. Yeah,
he's
a big boy. He's a big boy. He ain't fat. He's a big boy.
You can tell he don't miss any meals. He's not fat, but he don't miss any meals. He eat all his protein.
That hurts because I played fucking receiver in high school, so
You must have been a bigger dude, bro. You look like
I played slot.
Like,
I played slot.
it looked like you maxed out in the weight room, bro. You did that. You did
Oh
that.
yeah,
In the weight room.
for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
That's what you look like. You just ain't did it. You just ain't did it in a while. That's it.
No, for real, for real.
Yeah, I could tell, bro. I could tell bodies. Pause. Football bodies.
I got you.
You look like you play football, but I didn't think you would be a receiver. I thought you'd be on the front somewhere, defensive fronts.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
Right.
I played linebacker too.
At least memo a tight end or something, because like you can put a hit on somebody.
Right, those names there, Rock. To your point, like they did go on to other teams and produce, but Moho specifically, I mean, he hasn't done squat since the turn of the decade with these other teams. You know what I'm saying? So I don't get it. Like, you at least did some things with the Raiders specifically, and then you're saying we didn't utilize you, properly. Yet he's gone on to other teams and he's done what? Nothing.
Fucking aunt.
And that's been since the turn of the decade. It was 5 years.
Almost a pressure sack key and Shelby Harris. That's AR's point. Like they're all the time. I don't know.
But as Raiders, what do they do for us? What have they done?
Nothing.
There's a reason why we cut them. They just didn't do nothing.
That guy, we could tell what happened when. Well, we weren't stopping the run when Wilkins was in there, and from the get-go, but we did an adequate job. We shut down Baltimore. We shut down Henry right there, but after that, look what we did from fucking Carolina, bro. Hubbard had what, a buck something against us.
Yeah.
He's a starter now. He's good now, but he was young then. I don't know, bro. What happened to Wilkins then? And then he gets hurt. And then obviously we would have got worse, but at the end of the season, those last couple of games that we won and it trailed it, we were stopping the run without him, Kuntz and Mark and
Adam Butler and Jonah Laulu had a lot to do with that.
Those guys were stopping the run, actually.
Of course, Max Crosby, but like Max Crosby was hurt the last few games of the season, and Adam Butler, like I highlighted before, has been Mr. Dependable, been the most productive defensive tackle that we've had on the Raiders roster. For the last decade and a bit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was one of the best signings we did in the offseason right there. I was very happy that we kept Adam Butler. But if we're gonna say, oh, it's okay, we're gonna have a rookie in there, and defensive tackle is just not. You need technique with it, and these guys are gonna have to. How smart they are? How can they grasp it? Do they want to be coached up, and take advantage of that situation to where we could say, hey, Wilkins is expendable because we got two guys that could cover for him. I wouldn't say that right now, but it's going to hurt us now at this point that he's not there.
Is this the last year of his contract? Was it the 2-year deal?
He had 4. I think he has 4 or 3.
Right.
But he hasn't been productive. Last year was his first year. We got 5 games out of him.
And when he saw the field, he was good, but just that's the problem. We need to get him on the field. I don't want another Trent Brown situation where you're great when you're on the field, but that's the problem. It's getting you on the field.
In Mumford injury, I think in the long run, I think Parham and Mumford are going to be kind of the odd man out. Kind of the guys that go through. Kind of the odd man out.
Long run, they may not be on our roster by next season. I mean, this is the last year of their rookie contracts.
So we're going to have to do something with them. They're not good enough to get paid, but they just want to stick around and be what they are because we can't expect them to be the dominance of that offensive line because they haven't played well. And I think I was looking at the depth chart yesterday. I was talking about it on a live. I think it was the day before yesterday. They got Parham starting at left guard.
Right.
Parham's a starter at left guard, and then Grant, or no, Kappa was at right. Kappa was at right, and the two, Grant is backing up Miller, and Rogers is behind Parham.
Well, Meredith was behind Kappa.
Meredith was behind, Kappa. I got it right here.
Right. It's going to be an interesting fight in preseason with a lot of these guys for that interior, because both those interior spots are open for somebody to solidify and take that job as a starter come preseason. So it's going to be hot competition between all of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Meredith is starting left guard.
Oh, really?
So I'm more happier now.
Yeah. Meredith didn't play bad last year.
Parham is starting right guard.
Oh, really? Because I've been hearing a lot that Kappa has been actually doing pretty decent for whatever reason.
Kappa's
Did
behind.
I just hear
Kappa's
Parham's
behind
name?
Parham.
What's he doing?
Huh?
Did you just say Parham?
They got him on a depth chart as of I think yesterday. It's I can refresh it. Nothing usually happens on OTA. But the depth chart now, Dylan Parham's our right guard. Alex Kappa is backing him up. Powers is center. Putnam is backing him up.
Wow.
Jordan Meredith is left guard. Rogers is behind him. Miller is left tackle. Grant is behind him, and Glaze is right tackle, and Mumford is behind him. And I got big old Dalton Wagner behind Mumford at right tackle.
Right. Wagner's another guy who needs to show that he belongs in the roster. You've had 2 years of concessions being on a practice squad. I mean, at UDFA, if he can even do anything, that's a win. But, you get no more concessions anymore. You either show that you belong on the roster or, you can go.
If Dalton Wagner can't beat out Mumford, how massive of a guy he is. He'll be a perfect tackle if he just had anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And nobody can get around the guy. He has a 9-foot wingspan. Massive. They don't make guys like that. That's what I always say. That's why I think Tyree sticks around. They don't make guys like that, so they got to keep the dude. They don't know what the fuck to do with them, but keep him.
Well, to that point, though, I don't care about your measurables and all that. Get it done on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
And we were running that power offense. I was, not for him last year. He pulled, and I swear to God, it took him 5 minutes just to get to the line of scrimmage. And he's right on it, AR. He's right on the line of scrimmage. It took him 5 minutes just to get back to it. When he took a step back.
So now Bueno wants to know which rookie we think will have the biggest impact besides Genty.
Besh.
I say Porter.
Those were the two guys that I was gonna say was Besh or Porter for sure.
Yeah.
They're saying Porter looks really good.
That's why
he's covering Besh.
That's nice.
He's covering Besh in OTA.
That's like Porter look real good in OTAs right now, but this is OTAs. But they look good.
I believe he's starting.
I hope so. I hope he's starting. Right. We need it at corner.
Porter for me is boom or bust. He's either going to be a diamond in the rough or he's not going to work out. It's one or the other. There's no in between with
they don't have him
50-50 AR, no 50-50 for you.
Right. And I'm not saying, look, I'm willing to give him time. I'm not expecting him to be a baller right from the rip. If he can be, fantastic. But Porter's a good answer. I believe maybe in time, hopefully he can turn out to be that way. But for the now, right immediately, I mean, Genty is the obvious choice, but you said other than Genty. So for me, it'd be Besh. Besh should be best chance to be a guy who can contribute immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I think Besh has that in him already. I think he's gonna do what all of us think he's gonna do.
I hope so. I really like Besh. I think he could actually be a really big part of this offense.
I hope so.
He is lining up. They got Stokes at corner. They got Porter backing him up.
They got I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
But they got Darnay Holmes, which I'm cool with at nickel. I'm cool with Darnay Holmes at nickel.
I know people like this down in Darnay Holmes, but you gotta remember that when the Hobbs went down, Darnay Holmes took over.
Hey, that was the only guy that was there.
That's
the
same as Hobbs. Exact, almost the same. Tackles, all that stuff he did, pressures, whatever. It's about the same. So don't put any past Darnay Holmes. He could step up and be that. But it's like we fall in love with players so much that we don't want Hobbs to go, understandably, but he wasn't there all the time. We need somebody there on the field constantly.
Yeah.
But I always say we knew when Hobbs was in there, and we knew when Hobbs wasn't. So you could tell. You could tell when Hobbs wasn't in there.
Hobbs has been the best nickel cornerback, a position we were in flux for the longest time since my time as a Raider fan has started. Yeah. Like, name one better at the nickel specifically than Nate Hobbs. For me, it wasn't even close. Like, you know, I think a guy I'm looking at that may possibly take it other than Darnay Holmes. I'm looking at DeCam Richardson. Yes, I know he got cooked when it came to his pass coverage last season. It was trial by fire when we had him on the outside. However, when it comes to tackling and his run support, he's actually very good. And that's what we lean on when we're looking at someone to take that nickel role. That's what Nate Hobbs was good at. He was not just good in coverage, but his run support was excellent for a cornerback. And that's something that I think at the very least DeCam Richardson can bring to the table. Is he going to be put on the inside? Who knows? We will see. But he has the tools to be able to play that position. It's just, I guess, a question of how far developed is his pass coverage.
Right now, they have
he's backing up JB. He's backing up JB right
couple of dog.
Ja'Cory Bennett. So he's a backup to Ja'Cory Bennett right now, as it stands. Because they got Stokes, and then they got Darren Porter on the right side.
He replaced JB when they got stuck with that position. He replaced that side.
Right. But if DeCam Richardson is listed third on the depth chart, that means he's the nickel, right?
He's second.
Well, second. He's two behind.
He's two behind. He's two behind.
Yeah, Bennett's your starter, and then who's the starter on the other side?
Stokes.
Eric Stokes.
Okay, so those, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. As your CB1, if the next guy listed is DeCam Richardson, then that on paper looks like he would be the nickel, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Because he's the third man down.
Darnay's the nickel.
Okay, so they've got the depth chart for the nickel. Okay, my apologies.
Yeah. Darnay Holmes is nickel, and Sam Webb is backing him.
Right. The forgotten man, Sam Webb.
There it is, right there.
I thought highly of Sam Webb as a corner, but that made him a nickel now. So
control scroll, I can't see that. Control scroll folded.
No problem.
Yeah.
I was all in on Sam Webb for a while until he gave up that touchdown against the Rams to Van Jefferson.
Still can't say it.
Thursday night. No. I was fucking there. That shit hurt me.
I remember that. But at the same time, look, that's been the one glaring mistake he's made. Like, he's done some things in spots. Look, an undrafted free agent back in 2022. He's been on our roster, floating in and out of it for a while now. Like, for me, this is his last season. Like, in preseason, like, you got to show that you belong. And if he doesn't, then, I'm good.
He's always on the roster. So
see when he gets
back. He's like the teamer of this era right now. AR is like, you can't get rid of the dude. You got Sam Webb always there.
Right.
He might be probably good at special teams, though. Those guys matter too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But you can only linger around for so long before it's like, well, if you're not going to give the bare minimum to show that you belong, like, I'm not giving him any more practice squad spots. Like, this is 5 seasons deep. You've been on our roster since 2022. Much like, I've highlighted that when I go on my rant about the running back situation with Sincere McCormick. Like, this is his golden opportunity now to showcase that he belongs on the main roster. And if he can't do that by the end of preseason, then I'm not giving no more practice squad concessions. You've already had that for the last 3-4 seasons. Like, it's either step up or you can go.
What would you call it? Scholarships, JR? No more of these scholarship players. Get rid of them. And they have been doing that too. They have been cutting some players. Like, you just here for no reason. You're not doing anything, not being productive. You can't get on the field. You're out of here. So that's what they've been doing. I've noticed
Amari Burney, Matthew Butler.
Amari Burney's gone. Yeah, Matthew Butler.
Dalton Wagner.
Chris, I told you about Amari Burney. Told you.
I said, hopefully you get better, buddy.
Didn't do none.
Really not.
They're on our roster for so long, we start thinking that they're good, he said, but they're just hang-arounds, somebody hangs around on a bike club, you just call him a hang-around, I go, oh, he's over there.
He had a couple of games, so maybe he'll improve this year, maybe he'll get that little pin in his helmet, but apparently not. They saw something they didn't like, they got rid of him, which that they should do. No more scholarship, like you said.
Didn't do the bare minimum. He didn't even get a preseason to showcase what he can do. So that says all you need to know from me personally.
I'm with Nate on that one. I'm with Nate with a couple of comments up. He said that JB might be the automatic. JB is the smallest dude out there, and these dudes are big dudes now that we have on our backfield. You look at that secondary, they're all big dudes.
Yeah.
JB's the smallest, and he's 6'6" something, I think.
He's probably 11.
They're not as big as those other guys.
Like I said before, I don't care about the measurables. I don't care how big or small you are. If you get it done on the field, much like Jacorian Bennett did. I mean, he said he's not the biggest guy on the field, but what did he do last season? He was shutting down everybody. Barely anybody caught any balls on him.
Yeah, it was locked down. He was locked down.
I don't care about your measurables. If you find a way to get it done, that's all I care about.
Yeah, he was locked down until he got hurt. Then after that, then he that was it. And they relied on who? Jack Jones. That turned out.
But it looks like the transition of everything that's going that way. It kind of matters in a sense to where he wants this type guy. If JB balls out again and he's the smallest dude on the roster, fuck it, keep him there. I don't give a shit. I'm down for it.
Exactly.
But if he's moving towards this, we didn't have corners like this before. 6'3", 6'4" corners, 6'4" safeties. Darnay Holmes is not a super big guy, but he's a good nickel. He makes do in it.
To my point, if they can find a way to get it done, that's all I care about. Right. I don't care how big or small you are.
I'm with you with that. And that brings up the point I was about to say was that his tackling is not better than DCAM's or any other person. That's all those guys that we got in that secondary are known for good tackling. JB's the exception.
Right, but we need JB to be that shutdown guy on if he's our number one. Right?
I was just going to say that coverage. Yes, he got it. He got coverage.
There he does. Well, you can see a trend.
The liability of say, hey, let's get on the perimeter and let that corner hit us over there. That little corner over there, or that could be a thing that could happen in games. That could be the liability of our defense. JB
but the other thing I can appreciate with JB, which I was heavily critical of in his first season. Remember how critical I was, and I think I was the first person to bring it up, that like the lack of effort when, okay, it's one thing to get beaten in coverage, but you can't let the guy run like 20, 30 yards down the field and look like you're jogging behind him, taking a leisurely little stroll. I mean, come on, you got 4.3 speed, at least get after him and try and make a tackle, you know what I'm saying? And that was something I saw too many times in his rookie season, but granted, like come year two, he didn't really get too much of an opportunity to do that because he was locking people down.
But you got to remember his rookie season, he was thrown to the fire. He was just like, you're starting right away because we had nobody that can cover better than JB could cover at that time. So his football skills were up the party. To his second year, then he got better at his cover skills. But him jogging behind players, that was a problem. It's tackling.
Right.
But I'll tell you one thing. What's going to happen in this Pete Carroll, because he's DB coach, like we always say, one thing that happens is JB can function as a tackler, I think. Guess what he's going to be? He's going to be on that damn bench because they got a lot of guys now that can play in front of him. They're not as good as JB, but if they can't tackle, which Pete Carroll is all about tackling, JB will see his ass on the bench. So he got to improve that skill now.
I'm in a way with AR. If you can cover, I'll take you all day.
If he can, we've got guys who can take. To your point, we need someone to lock down, shut down, and cover. That's the number one priority for a cornerback. Can you cover? And if he can be that guy, even if his tackling is not that great, hey, I'll take that any day of the week. You know what I mean? For that CB number one, we've got other guys to be able to tackle.
But I'm saying if you emphasizing on him tackling, then if he can't tackle, Pete Carroll say, he can cover good, but you can't tackle. If he feels that way, he'll probably sit him down. But like you said, I would take a lockdown receiver, cover the number one receiver over there, so you can't catch a damn ball. I'm cool with that. Keep chasing all them guys out the game. I'm cool with that.
But you got to figure like this, Chris. Look at the numbers here and the mismatches you got here, because you're gonna say how many guys you got tackling a guy that swings out or gets open. How many guys you got to tackle him? You got more guys tackling a single man. You don't want your smallest little guys, even though the DBs are smaller than the running backs, most of them are, but you don't want to be depending on that guy. You want the interior and the linebackers to get that on the line of scrimmage. If they get past the hot zone within 5 yards after the line of scrimmage. They got 5 yards. If you're in a situation where your DBs are making a bunch of tackles, you got a problem with your front.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's what you got to live. We shouldn't be saying, "Oh, our corners they love to tackle, but they can't cover nobody." So coverage
Right.
is
Exactly.
is 80-20. I would say 80-20 more than.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can get
I'm right there with you, Gravy.
Right there with you. That's the linebackers and defensive linemen's job.
Right.
The outside guys either get the quarterback or stop the guy behind the line of scrimmage or at the line of scrimmage.
That's his number one priority and role.
Not a corner's responsibility to do that.
If you DBs get more tackles than the linebackers and offensive line,
you got a problem.
Wrong. You shouldn't be tackling that much. Mm-hmm. So that's up to the linebackers and the defensive line to get those running backs down, tight ends down. So that's their job. It's not up to the cornerback to tackle all the time. I mean, they got to tackle, but they got to tackle. Why does he have more tackles than a middle linebacker? He's a cornerback. That don't make any sense to me.
Frank Rebel's right. Every head coach, every DB coach, every coach likes DBs that can tackle, but it's not.
So, Steve.
The priority.
Like you said, 80-20. 80-20.
I would say maybe 70-30,
80-20. Exactly. Being able to cover as your number one cornerback, for me personally, like I'm no technical expert, but I'm just speaking out loud as a fan. Like that for me is your number one priority. And Jacorian Bennett exceeded my expectation, a lot of our expectations in terms of pass coverage. I will take that any day of the week. You know, if he misses a tackle or two, okay, so be it. Like we've got other guys who can have that as their strength.
That's what
his strength is coverage.
That's why you have safeties out there too. That's to help tackle. They might get past them. So
your safeties are leading your team in tackles too. That's bad.
You know? That's bad too as well.
So it benefits you to have coverage and then a guy that can tackle that don't miss tackles. You see a lot of corners just, doing the bull that our fucking other guy used to do. Peters used to do.
Jamarcus Matador Peters.
You know what I mean? And Jack Jones was the same way.
Yeah.
Guys like that are
name me the last lockdown shutdown cornerback that we've had on our roster. Name me the last. A true exactly. And how long has it been since Asamoah has been on our roster? 15 years.
15 years.
He hasn't been a Raider for 15 years. 15 years we've been looking. The closest we've gotten to a lockdown guy was Casey Hayward was good when he was with us for that season. He was a wily veteran. I like what he did.
Yeah.
Do you remember David Emerson? He was good for a minute before he got hurt, and then he didn't quite work out the way he did before his injury. But those are the closest we've had, like since Nnamdi. He's the only guy who is consistently a true lockdown, shutdown cornerback in terms of coverage specifically. And I'm hoping Jacorian Bennett proved that he has it in him. And if he keeps trending upwards, maybe he can be the guy that we've been looking for since the days of Nnamdi Asamoah. Like I said, 15 years removed since he's been a Raider. That's a long freaking time.
We always had history of good cornerbacks in our history of the Raiders. We had the lockdown corners all the way through our history until Najwan, like you said, was the last one. We didn't have that lockdown. Those guys.
Sorry, did you call him Olajuwon?
No.
I swear you called him Olajuwon.
I said Asamoah.
I swear you said Olajuwon.
But you know what changed that, AR? You know what changed that was
Olajuwon.
Keep Olajuwon.
The zone, playing zone more, and these guys will man up press on you. You know what I mean? Back in the day, Asamoah was on an island by himself, took half the field, and then you threw his way. It was either not cut or he covered and you didn't throw his way. There was a season where he only had 9 completions in a whole season or something like that, 8 or 9 completions or something. Maybe the teens. That's hella good for how many. Nobody threw his way. Just like Dion status. You know what I mean? Nobody threw his way. He had a whole field covered because they didn't want.
He's on my Mount Rushmore for players since the turn of the millennium.
Exactly.
Nnamdi Asamoah. It was that good. If someone asked me who's your top 4 Raiders on the defensive side of the ball since 2000, Nnamdi Asamoah would be there. He was that good.
He would be.
He was that good.
Yeah.
The double safeties, was built to beat Mahomes. Really, that took away. That made the zone, and that's why you have corners not really shut down corners anymore because everybody plays zone.
Yeah.
Cover a section of you. You're responsible for this section, so nobody gets in it. Then you get them instead of playing a real corner. Be aggressive. Put your
press man.
Be in his hip pocket, and then you speed on speed, and that any Asamoah was that. Asamoah was that. And then they don't guys like that are very rare nowadays because they don't teach it in college anymore. AR, you play zone in college, you know, and that's what it's integrated into the pros already. It's been doing it for the last, I would say, 10 years.
But come on, 15 years, and we've been looking for a guy to take that mantle. 15 years is a long time.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
These DBs, these cornerbacks don't do a lot of pressment. Like Gravy said, they play like zone. So receivers line, they don't even jam him anymore. They like just play off of him and wait till you get to his area. So there's no hitting them, no nothing. They just run right by him. Yeah. Jack Jones is good for that.
I understand it. I understand playing zone, but sometimes you would see our safeties be 12 yards off. You know what I mean? Why are they so far back? You know, but they got a zone to cover, and then we just went. I don't know. We either have the guys or the scheme was bad. I agree.
Much like I said before, like, okay, scheme, size, whatever. Just get the job done. Just get it done.
It's easy to say.
I'm not saying it's easy. I know. I'm just a fan. I'm no technical expert, but I'm just saying, like, you know, these guys are at the elite level. Like, surely we should have been able to find someone since Nnamdi Asamoah who could get the job done. And we've tried, and those two names that I highlighted have been the closest to it. Everyone else has just been an epic failure.
We did try. We got Arnett.
I was just going to say that. To be honest with you, he wasn't even the best cornerback on his team in college. Yukiba, whatever his name was.
Yeah,
he was the best corner on that squad. But Arnett got picked on so much, and he covered well. That was the last really true cover corner that we drafted. AR, if you want, but he didn't amount to shit.
No, he didn't.
He was the last one that.
How can you sit there and tell me Arnett was a true coverage cornerback for the Raiders? No, he wasn't. He wasn't with the Raiders.
He covered.
No, he didn't.
Not with us, though.
He was terrible.
Not with the Raiders, he did, but in college he did, but not the Raiders. No.
They got him because he got picked on at Ohio State, and he covered.
Hey, Chris.
That's why he got drafted in the first round. He was first round potential. And it wasn't because the Raiders were stupid because we got him. We looked stupid because we got him because he didn't pan out for us.
And he didn't pan out anywhere else.
No, because he was an ass. He's not a good guy, and he wasn't a good player because he didn't concentrate on football. But when he was at Ohio State, he was one of the top corners along with his other teammate that could cover. That's what I'm saying. He could cover. He did him out the shit with us. I agree with you on that. It was nothing. Zero with us. And
a non-factor as a Raider specifically.
I regret picking him, but as far as coverage was concerned, he was the one that I thought that was the best corner, one of the best coverage corners that we drafted since then.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just talking specifically in terms of production. Like as a Raider, it didn't do nada. It didn't do squat.
Didn't do nothing.
But I will say, since we're on the topic of Arnett, kudos to the guy. It looks like he's turning his life around finally. He's actually in the UFL and he's doing some things there. So I can always appreciate, look, I will always hold him accountable for what he did as a Raider and in the league. Unacceptable and inexcusable and just downright stupid. But when somebody leaves the league and starts to turn things around, which it seems like Arnett is doing, I can appreciate that. So I just want to give him that.
So even though it's a UFL,
it's still something. It's still something.
Skills. He got skills. He had skills, but it just wasn't. Maybe too young with a bunch of money or in Las Vegas. Fuck. You know, you gotta.
What are we, the people?
That's what happens.
Hey, how's it going with the people?
But it happens to us all the time. Hey. It happens to us all the time. That's the thing.
Right.
But I'd like to invest in another corner. There's good ones out there. You know, there's good ones out there because Wilkins' impact on us not being there either has to work both ways. You either got a good pass rush, make the secondary better. If you got a good secondary, then your defensive front, they're going to throw the ball on you. So we got to get somebody that's adequate balling out to do that. And there's guys out there. There's a Rasul Douglas out there. There's a Asante Samuel Jr. out there. And we need to take a look at those guys, Joe, first, or somebody gets dropped.
Yeah, because our cornerback Our quarterback room is pretty young. Eric Stokes about the oldest guy on there. I think what 4 years now.
Right.
Yeah,
we don't know what he's gonna do. We don't know what he's gonna do.
Our room is really young. We have no experience out there on the cornerback side.
They're young, they're fast, they're big, and
Right.
they've got the measurables. But it's like I said before, I don't care about your measurables and all that. I do, but I don't. What's most important for me is just get the job done.
And we don't get a pass rush, gentlemen. If we don't get a pass rush on these quarterbacks, especially in our division, we know exactly. I don't give a fuck if you got a dime out there with 6 fucking cornerbacks. I don't care. You're gonna get dissected if you don't got anybody pressuring that quarterback. And that was our problem last year. Our secondary got exposed. Those young guys got exposed.
Yeah.
Big time. They started playing better at the end, but the experience and the reps and all that shit. But they gotta leap. They gotta make a big leap if that defensive front don't get to them.
Well, yes, it's a big blow losing Wilkins for what seems to be at least 5 games, but it's like I highlighted before, it's still the strong point of our roster on paper. Mm-hmm. We still have all pro Max Crosby. We know what we got with him. We've retained Malcolm Kuntz, who hopefully returns to that form he showed in 2023. And he seems to be very motivated, which is, I don't know if you heard the interview on the Crosby podcast where he's saying he didn't want to go anywhere else. He wanted to come back because he has a point to prove that he is that dude. It wasn't just a flash in the pan. And I like that mentality. I want to see them bring back that commitment to excellence. And we have Adam Butler. So, like, yes, it's a big blow losing Christian Wilkins and not ideal, but it's still a strength of the team.
Sorry, Chris.
Defensive line on paper.
What up,
Chris?
Swings all small.
Another big kid right there. That's another big kid right there. I see him and Nate. God damn it.
Hey,
these young guys big, man.
What they feed these young kids, man? Jesus Christ, man.
It's them in and out double doubles.
Yeah, for real. Just make up their own burger.
Put them next to each other. They look like twins.
How tall are you?
He got his Raider Full Chris burger over there at In-N-Out. Getting them there.
I like to say that I'm 6 foot. Nah, I'm like 5'11".
He's pretty big. I was shot like
6'2" what?
He's 6 foot.
Nah, I'm like 5'11".
No, he's not 6 feet. He's about taller.
How tall are you, Gravy?
About 5'9", 5'10". About 5'9".
Am I the tallest one on the panel?
Big Grandpa almost the same
height. Probably the heaviest too. Nah, I think Jeff got you.
I'm most definitely the heaviest. I'm bigger than Jeff.
No, you got way more than Jeff. I know you're about.
All right, Jeff. What are you tipping the scales?
400, right on the money.
Nah, he got you.
Oh, okay. I'm 310, 312.
Yeah.
I was it was about April last year. I was about back up to like 500. I've lost 100 pounds in the last year.
God damn.
Nice.
Good job, Jeff. And what are you eating right now, bro? What is that you put? What is that you put in there? You go 410 right now after that?
Yeah.
I'm eating a drumstick ice cream, so
410 after that?
Need about 5,000 more calories.
Oh my god.
It's just I know what the defensive front would do to me. If we got a good front, you're gonna kill the offense, and that's what I thought we were doing. And then losing Wilkins, an all-pro player like that, a player like we don't got another guy like that. You know, not even Adam Butler. But I just wish that we didn't have a setback with that, because I would have felt way better, more comfortable saying yes, we're gonna fuck some people up with Wilkins in there, and I'm sure it'll happen later. But.
It's a concern, yes, but I keep trying to highlight that, like, losing him is a big blow, but we still, on paper, have a strong defensive line without him. With the names we have that should be available come the regular season.
Okay,
the big hit with it.
I know. We still got some guys.
What are y'all talking about? DTs?
Yeah.
Well, the defensive line as a whole.
The defense, yeah.
The interior. I know we're good on the outside.
Oh, okay.
But the interior, we got a four defensive linemen. We run a 4-2-5 mostly all the time. Sometimes we bring in a nickel. We got 5 DBs out there. That's what a nickel is. We got 5 corners. And basically what that is, 4 DBs, it's to stop a pass. So if we don't have that guy, what I'm concerned with is that we just put a rookie in there. He's not going to know what Christian Wilkins. He's not a Christian Wilkins yet. One guy bothers me. One guy bothers me because I've seen it happen. You can have the best defensive of NFL. Look, for instance, look at the Rams. The Rams lose Aaron Donald. You lose the game. One guy could do that, But there's not a lot of guys like Aaron Donald. Christian Wilkins ain't close to Aaron Donald, but if you get a guy like that, can put a lot of pressure on your defense. They don't have that pressure.
But we do have other guys that can at least
get in there. Yes,
you know what I mean? Like I said, it's a tough blow losing Christian Wilkins. But we still have Max Crosby, we still have Malcolm Kuntz, we got Adam Butler as well. We need to put some respect on his name. You know what I'm saying? It's not ideal losing Christian Wilkins, but hopefully one of these other younger cats can step up. I'm looking at Laulu. I'm looking at these 2 drafted guys. If we move Tyree to fill that void, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's up for grabs.
Move Tyree to the bench. Nah.
Well, now he's in there. Think about it. Tyree, look at that roster you got there, Jeff. Tyree is 3rd string, bro.
Unacceptable.
He's done so well. He's done so well in the offseason.
What's up, Alex?
He's behind Malcolm Kuntz in the defensive end spot.
Even still, quick. That is unacceptable. Sorry, go ahead.
No, good. Real quick, just shout out to what the hell just happened? What did it?
You gave that to the screen. The screen.
Everybody shout out to the chat. Make sure you guys hit everybody that's on this panel here that has a channel. Everybody in here has a channel. Make sure you go and subscribe. Hit that notification. Give the thumbs up on the show today. Whoever's streaming. So make sure you guys spread the love to everybody that's in here. We've got Gravy on the end there, Coach Gravy. We've got Chris for Raiders, myself. You got Afakasi Raider. You've got LV Raider 10. You've got Capitan Rafusho. And then you got Raiders Fu Chris. So make sure you guys show the love and hit all of them up, all right?
Appreciate that. You're still butchering the way you point, Jeff.
Yeah, he always does.
Chris and I do that all the time.
Always do that.
That's
quite the opposite.
Yeah. Hey, I'm asking you a question. What was our biggest problem we had the past few years with the defensive tackles before we got Alan Burr and all that stuff?
Everything.
We couldn't push up the middle. We had no defense tackle to push up the middle. We had Crosby. Yeah, great. But we couldn't make a push up the middle. That was our biggest problem. Couldn't get no tackles and get in the backfield. Couldn't tackle the running backs. That was our biggest problem on defense.
Right.
On paper, it looks like we do have that now. I mean, the young guys will come in. They got to develop. They got to learn. But at least we got something again. Now we got something we can work with.
Right. But it's to my point what I said before. Like, we've tried to address that via the draft. 9 guys since 2017. None of them amounted to anything. That is unacceptable.
That's what I was saying.
Unacceptable.
None of those guys, we couldn't do anything. Well, our leadership and all the ownership was always like chaos anyway. So hopefully
there is that too. But at the same time, it's up to them to be able to produce. And despite whatever it may be with the front office or the coaching, like surely one of these guys could have found a way to get it done. None of them did.
Yeah, I agree. They did. That's why they're not here now.
Exactly. 9 times since 2017 we've drafted an interior guy. None of them. Not one of them. Mohurst was the closest.
As Raider Nation nowadays, we're so into sacks and pressures and all that. What I respect more from a defensive tackle is to take up space, take up people. That's their job, to take up the space at the line of scrimmage. If you get a sack, you push that guy all the way to get a sack and disrupt the quarterback. Yes, that's great. That's a stat for you. But recognize when you watch games, guys that take up space and cause the running back to make a decision to where he has to go outside and then Max can get him, or the quarterback can't move because of their offensive lineman is right in their face. That's what defensive tackles are supposed to do, is take up the space and get as many guys get a guard and a tackle on you and let Max run free. You know, be disruptive like that. That to me, that's important. To me, that's
Jason. When I drank, I never liked Sam Adams.
Yeah, they want to tackle a defensive interior guy to either blocks, take out 2 yards.
Chris.
Tackle.
You want to take up that guard. You want to take up that guard. You want that tackle to help him. You want a running back on you. You don't want that chip or that, you don't want that tackle getting Max and a running back. You know what I mean? You want to take oh man, you got to get Wilkins. You got to get Adam Butler. We got that pressure. They got the numbers game got to get that. We got one guy taking 2 guys to block him, and he's taking up the space and disrupting the vision of the running back. He's doing his job, and then that's what I want to see. I don't. We overhype defensive tackles getting sacks, and Rock will say Jeremy Tillery, he was like that. I mean, he was a sack guy. He wasn't a clogger up in the middle or anything like that.
But he wasn't a guy we drafted. He wasn't a guy we drafted. Sorry, Rafa, I just want to point this out. In terms of the like I highlighted before, 9 guys since 2017. I've got the stat for all of those guys for QB pressures and tackles for a loss. 31 QB pressures and 20 tackles for a loss since 2017, spread out between 9 of them.
Fuck.
That is unacceptable. No. I'm talking about guys we drafted specifically.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably more guys we inherited. There's more guys we inherited that didn't do shit either.
Right, that too. But I'm talking like the track record with guys we've drafted, which is why I'm skeptical and optimistic about the 2 guys we brought in the door. I just want one of these guys to even, come out and be a rotational guy. Like, can you at least be a good rotational guy? Because we haven't even had that with these guys we bring in the door via the draft.
Watch out. We got Tyree Wilson. His foot's fully healed now this year. Watch it.
I'm sorry, Ralph. You want to say something?
Sorry, Ralph.
No, because are you guys talking about defensive tackle and then you start talking about cornerbacks, right?
No, we're talking about defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle. Because I got to tell you for this one. Because if you guys remember what happened last year when we have the number 27 in tackling, which is like the worst of that year, but it actually is going to be improved that season. But seriously, I mean, the whole defense was going to be loaded with practice squad, with role players that have no business playing significant time. Who know that we have like a bad roster, might some issues with some fundamentals, but it should be like really right. Because first things first, between for the Shima, Pete Carroll, those for training camp on defense, where it's go on, but he always wants so bad to tackle, so they don't want to miss to get trophy because their emphasis to get in the back bulk, not really the offense, because not that really hard with getting the hit, because it's just like a byproduct. Because if you know there, we're gonna be hit to wrapping it up properly, you can really lay down the play. Because if it is without worry, because you can either bounce it off of the head, off of the arms, but some of the habit of teaching for technique for the tackling he wants for those players. If we want to improve the tackling, which is we have the worst for the last season, it should be improved since the beginning of that week.
Silence. They have to be silence. Ralphie with the haymaker.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Well, he's right about that, though. The talent has to improve. At the line.
Yeah, I want to see more from that line. Though.
Basically, defensive tackle line need to eat up blocks. Either, like you said, get a guard, take a guard and tackle out the equation. So Max Crosby or Kuntz or whoever's available can run, get the quarterbacks or tackle the running back in the backfield. That's what they should do. We didn't have that. We never had that for a while.
Hey, Adam Butler, put some respect on his name.
I'm not talking about I said before earlier. I said before
Adam Butler. Adam Butler's an athletic guy, so he can do that. He could take up space, stop the run, and pass rush from the inside. If they don't overprotect him on that side, but if he's a problem like that, it's a good thing. You know what I mean? We can't sit there and say Adam Butler ain't doing shit. 3 guys blocking him. You know, that's good in my book. He's taking. That means there's one guy on Christian Wilkins and there's a running back on. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and put a running back to chip fucking Max Crosby and see what happens to that running back.
Yeah,
Sack,
but gravy.
guaranteed sack.
If
But
Allen
here's
Butler
the
get
thing.
5 sacks, if Allen Butler get 5 sacks this season, I'll be happy with that. I don't, have 18, 15 sacks. Like I said, his job is to eat the blocks, get put pressure on the quarterback up the middle, and stop the running game. Come the middle. If he gets
Like I
5 sacks, I'm happy. That's not his job.
They're
To me.
closer to the
like I
quarterback.
said,
Go ahead, Aaron.
like I said, give me one defensive tackle that's been better and more productive than Adam Butler since the days of Tommy Kelly and Richard Seymour, and they haven't been on our roster since 2013.
No,
Give me one.
No, not gonna do it.
Justin Ellis was good for a minute, but he wasn't as
Did
good
you
as
say you're
Adam
not
Butler.
going to do it, or you
No,
can't?
because there's no name you can put out there that says that's why I think Allen Butler got signed 3 years. The man's 31
You know
years
what?
old. He's got a
I
3-year
go back in the
contract.
days of big old Jerry Ball, bro. They go.
I know
what happened to
Jerry Ball,
Ball?
Chester McLaughlin, Daryl Ross, but like I'm
okay.
talking about since Tommy Kelly and Richard Seymour. That's in itself is 13 years. You know what I'm saying? And in my personal opinion, and I just asked you guys a question, nobody gave me an answer, and that's to my point. Like Adam Butler has been the most productive and the best interior guy since then, and that's how long it's been.
And that's why I'm saying that this Christian Wilkins thing is gonna be a problem for us. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm really worried about like the situation because how in the hell get Preston Wilkins after what happened for the injury? I mean, it really worries me a lot because if we need something to improve about for like the tackling, I mean, that should be like really interesting. But before Pete Carroll gets into involved for the Las Vegas Raiders, if you guys remember that Pete Carroll defense when he was on Seattle Seahawks over the last few years of the tenure, they have the worst defense on the league. Maybe it could help like in a year or two. They're helping him right his mind. But of course, his ability to field disciplined teams was a problem for years. But of course, I mean, they takes a lot of the count to the lack of a run game, half of the defense, and possibly they're gonna be actively tanking for most of that season. Because if we need to do something, oh, sorry about my microphone. If we need to something to improve, let's get and do it. Because I understand that last season we just suck in tackling. So there might be like something to issue and we need to improve a lot. So I'm very glad that we have the youngest cornerbacks ever in that league. But we had to resolve like whatever it takes sooner or later because they have to do something to improve. Because if we need 100% healthy about for this team, let's go for it.
Rafa, can I ask you a question? I want you to speak from the heart. I don't want you to move to Google for this answer. I want you to speak from the heart. Since we're talking about defensive tackle specifically, and we're talking about the worries about Christian Wilkins being unavailable, of the other guys not named Adam Butler, who would you be the most confident in, or if any of them, of any of the other players we have to be able to step up and take that role as the other interior guy who can be that disruptive force?
Oh, most for the guys for it in this roster.
Yes.
Like in the actual roster.
I want you to speak from the heart.
I mean, that's very interesting, but I just like to really worry about like Christian Wilkins going to the position, but don't sleep on Adam Butler. I mean, I know he's really understands when it comes to like play for the game, but Tyree Wilson, I don't think is gonna be like handle the situation. To be honest, right now.
That's not my question, Rafa. I said, I listen to me carefully, Rafa. I said I asked you with the issue with Christian Wilkins being hurt, and if he's not available come week 1 or for however many weeks he is out for, who is the guy on the defensive tackle? I want you to look at the camera, speak from the heart.
Yep.
Who is the guy you can depend on or who you have the most confidence in that can take up that spot and be at least a competent interior force? Not named Adam Butler, somebody else.
Tonka Hemingway. Probably is going to happen. No. I just speak from a heart. Tonka Hemingway from South Carolina. But I think he's going to be
a local boy. That's how he knows him. He's a local boy. That's what.
Yeah.
But look, Rafa, I think you read wrong because the Pete Carroll's defense is that he had the best secondary he had the best defensive backfield for a long time. And he had Michael Bennett, pass rush. He might have not had the inside guys,
Dixon
but
Cider.
his pass rush was dominant to where he won the Super Bowl and he was in another. So he can't say they were dead. I don't know. I think you read it wrong or you misinformed, but he had very, very, very good defenses for a long time, basically because of his secondary. And if you have a dominant secondary like that could tackle, that could put pressure on the quarterback on blitzes, and the way he did things playing zone, that it was. We got guys like that are probably that whole secondary is going to be in the Hall of Fame. Then that's special. For years he had that. So
also great. You also had some good linebackers.
I don't know what you read or what they're downplaying when Pete Carroll was even Gus Bradley made that defense, right? And when we got Gus Bradley, we tried to transition to that defense. He got a couple of his guys, and we started to play like that, but we got rid of them with a different regime. And then,
Phylon Tillery.
Yeah, those guys, but we didn't have the secondary like he had. Those guys.
Yeah, he also had a good linebacker coach. You don't forget that. Yeah,
he had linebackers.
Well, Casey Hayward was good. Casey Hayward was good.
He didn't have the middle guys. We were talking about tackles, and I understand what you read, what you were reading, but he had Michael Bennett over there. That was the All-Pro a couple years in a row, close to Defensive Player of the Year. The other guy on the other side, I forgot his name, but I wasn't really into Seattle, but I paid attention to that defensive backfield. I'll tell you that. And they were amazing. It was good to watch football. It was good. Shit, if the whole secondary could be in fantasy and defense was more important in fantasy, I would have picked all those guys. I would have tried to. First round. If they scored points in fantasy, all four of them, I would have picked all four of them. I don't care if they had a bye one day. I would have won every.
You're talking about the Legion of Boom.
Legion of Boom.
Right.
For years, for a good 4 or 5 years, they were awesome.
One of the best defensive units as a whole for the last 25 plus years, even in football history. Period.
Secondary, yes.
The secondary was
Right.
Yeah. I personally want to see what
that's what I think he's getting.
Has. And shoot, I'm curious to see about Lafitasi or what is his name?
So you want to see Laulu and who's the other guy you're talking about?
Yeah, Laulu. I feel like he did pretty damn good at the end of the year last year.
Right.
I mean, we'll see if he can develop better. And I mean, of course, I would still prefer to start Wilkins, but we're just thinking if he can't start or whatever. But yeah, that big dude from Australia. I'm not sure.
That's Kazi about that. That's about Kazi. What do you feel about that?
Hey, 6'6".
Yeah,
look, guys, you've got to temper your expectation with these international player program guys. He's huge. He's got the measurables from a physical standpoint, but this guy hasn't played a snap of NFL football. He's coming up against the elite of the elite. Guys have been playing this game their whole life. This guy is going to at least take 2 seasons before, if he even sees the field, that's going to be a win. You know what I mean? So I'm not expecting this guy to do anything for at least that amount of time. I mean, David Agoha was another physical specimen. We had him. Well, he was our last international player program guy. What did he do?
Who?
Exactly? What has any of these international player program guys done for any team? Can anybody name me one guy who's panned out and been, a stud or a good player?
I only know one, and that's for the Eagles, the right tackle for the Eagles.
But they drafted him. They drafted him.
He wasn't
an international player.
Oh, I thought he was an international player.
Right. I don't mean to criticize the guy because I'm not. I'm excited to see him. That for obvious reasons that he's part of our organization. But we need to temper our expectations of this guy and any of these international player program guys. They're going to be sitting on the bench and learning the game first year, maybe even second year. I mean, if we even see him on the field at all in Raider colors, it's going to be a win. I'm not expecting anything from these guys.
Look at his measurement. That's why dude in the 3rd round, fucking this year's draft. You know what I mean? Because he's so big.
Look at his measurement. Look at how big he is.
He's been a 3rd round pick from Australia.
He's 6'6" and 348. So why is he a big guy? So that's what he's looking at. We don't know anything he can do in the NFL. We don't know what he can do. Rugby, but not NFL. So they look at how big he is. That's all they say.
Yeah, I got to make note. I got to make note of this. I think out of everybody that's on this panel right now, I think there's one specific person in this panel that looks absolutely comfortable because I know he's not sitting in a desk chair. He's sitting in a damn recliner. and he's starting to smile. Chris Fu, Raiders Fu. Look at him.
Chris.
He's sitting in a
Oh,
I don't got my feet
I
up.
think he's relaxing right now. I think
He
he's
got you
chilling.
like that, bro. He got you.
Yeah,
Well,
he
at least have his cowboy hat on. That's cool. At least don't have that on.
Hold on.
That was dope.
Oh
that
shit!
was dope. Ole, all right.
Oh man!
What's
Oh
up?
my god,
I'm
he got a
ready for it.
cowboy hat right
Hey
now.
Chris, I'm
Watch
getting mine, bro. I got a black one just like that, but it's in a box. It's in the
I didn't know I used to ride bulls.
Keep it
I
creased
believe
up.
that. Okay, so I
Did you
believe
really?
that Raiders.
Hold on. This is interesting.
Nah,
You actually you were a bull rider, or you busting balls?
Huh? I only rode one. It was a little guy.
We don't call them mechanical bulls, man. Come on now.
No, it was.
You
it
mean
was a
professional
little
bull riders? Oh, professional.
one. It was a little one.
I ain't talking what you got in the middle of the bar where people fall.
You're a professional bullshitter. But you actually rode bulls. That's pretty cool.
I got a friend of mine that did that, and he broke his freaking back. But I said, nah,
Fuck
I
that.
ain't
You
even
couldn't
gonna.
give me enough to do
I
that
ain't even
shit.
gonna go
Yeah,
to that.
fuck
I ain't
that.
even gonna go. But it was
I
the
ain't
it was
riding
the
something
it was
that weighs
the
more than me
Mexican
can
one.
kill me.
It was the Mexican
yeah.
ones where they don't hold on to the bull. They just use their legs and shit.
Yeah.
They just use their legs. They don't got no where they hook them and shit underneath. Right?
Yeah.
He don't even do that. They just the arms are flapping. They're going all
Yeah,
over the place.
I
He
had
broke
the
his
rope.
back.
I had the rope on one hand.
Man,
Screw that shit.
he's walking crazy now. He said, "You
Yeah,
don't mess with
I
no
was
2,000
gonna tell you
pound
earlier
fucking
too,
animal,
Jeff,
man."
Hell
that
no.
hat is fly as shit.
On that good for a steak.
You don't
I
do
think
that
that
shit, bro.
Jeff's hat.
Just to clarify off of Cassie's point, and I agree with him 100% on what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's more of a promotional thing, I think, for the NFL by bringing in these international players, because it automatically increases the status of that person, that player from whatever country he's there, that he's from. So it brings that country to the forefront and it introduces them to the NFL, which is what the NFL wants to do. They want to make this an international sport more than anything. They want to grow. It's a way for them to make more money. It's a business. They're not stupid. So I get that some of these guys definitely aren't going to pan out, and none of them really have yet. But it's a way for the organization or the team or the league to spread the word and get it more popular. And you get these more and more of these, these physical, freaks that are just, they're so big and they look like they would be a perfect fit in the NFL, but they just don't pan out. Look at Brock Lesnar. He tried out for the Vikings. That lasted what? 2 weeks and he was gone. He just couldn't cut it.
Got taught a lesson.
Not everybody can come in no matter what.
Stay over there and wrestle.
Not everybody
like I said, they're coming up against the elite of the elite. Like, it's one thing, I get it. He's a physical specimen, and look, I like those intangibles, but there's more to the game than just being a big unit and having, being the fastest or the strongest. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be better than guys that have been doing it their entire lives and the best of the best, the top 0.001 percentile of players in American football. And it's a very tough task for and I'm not just talking about Lucky Tusk, I'm talking about any of them, to be able to come in and develop to be better than these guys. You know what I'm saying? So look, these roster spots for the international player program, guys, like it's not an official spot. Like, there's a designated spot on the roster, so it doesn't count against the 53-man team.
That's why they give you the extra roster.
Yeah, exactly. They give you that extra roster spot.
Because you ain't gonna do shit. So
exactly. Like, and I asked the question before: how many, and not just with the Raiders, for any team, how many of them have at least been able to, develop and become even a rotational guy? I mean, you'd find the percentile is very, very small, if any of them. You know what I'm saying?
I got a better stat line for you.
Group of players that does that well. That's usually the kickers. They come from the soccer league and all that stuff. So that's
different. That's a specialized aspect.
But let me say this, Jeff.
That's
Let me say this,
really
Jeff, real quick.
But nothing else.
And this is probably gonna make Avocasi's a gripe about this guy even more. That us as a nation, us as fans, we say, Wilkins is hurt. He ain't gonna be here in the 6th game. But we're saying, oh well, we got this guy from Australia. He can step in and be right in.
Right.
It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna
No.
happen.
It happened now.
You know, how far back are you in your mind for the Raiders that this shit, the biggest and strongest dude is gonna work? You got to be mentally ready to do this. You got to be physically ready to do this. And the dude that you're going against is just as fast, as strong, as big as you are. And so, are you better than that guy? He might be the best rugby player in Australia. I don't know, or wherever he's from. But when it comes down to American football, bro, you're not going to get a chance. And I hope he does to prosper.
I hope he does too. I hope he does too. I might be coming out as being
but don't
critical.
say that this dude is going to replace Christian Wilkins. He's not going to replace at all. At all.
No.
I got one for you.
That. I just wanted to see if he could make the roster. I never said he was going to.
Yes, try to make the roster.
When was the last time you even saw somebody that actually played football in college or even at the high school level, but never went to the pros, but then tried out for a pro team and made the team and lasted on the team for a few years? When was the last time you saw that? That's another example of what just. When was the last time you had a walk-on make a team in the NFL? I can tell you who I think right away when I think of it. They made a movie.
Quarterback. He's a quarterback.
But they made a movie of this one. Vincent Papali from the Eagles. The movie Invincible.
Well, he did one for the Rams, the Hall of Famer.
Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner was bagging groceries.
Well, they found him
Walmart,
playing
so
flag
came to the
football and
NFL,
packing groceries at the local Piggly Wiggly. So
he was playing arena football. That's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not talking about international players, period, who've come over to America. Like, there's been plenty of guys who've been drafted into the league who've made a name for themselves. Like Mailata is a name. You know, you guys just brought up the Nigerian Nightmare, the guy from the Chiefs, Okoye. From back in the day, like he's another example. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking specifically about the international player program players. That's all I'm talking about.
Yep. I mean, they've got a whole program in Africa where they've got former NFL players over there. Actually,
maybe Kansas City fans think Christian Okoye was good, but come on.
Yeah, isn't Justin Tuck over there doing something with that? He's running the program over there as like the liaison for the NFL, looking for these players in Africa that can, in all the different countries within the continent that,
he's
they
coaching
can
the flag team
and teach to bring them over.
The flag football team that's going to be in LA for Africa.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to have flag football in the Olympics.
At the Olympics,
to LA.
Yeah.
And that's another way this sport's gonna spread the word of the NFL and potentially get more players, because you can transition from flag to pro somewhat, to actual contact football, I should say. That's where it starts. You start with little kids; they start at flagging and work their way up to pads. So I mean, it's the same concept. You're learning the sport, you're learning the rules, you're learning the game.
Jeff, can I tell you something about the international?
I think flag football now and 7-on-7s now is fucking up football. 7-on-7s should not be in any practice. The real teams don't do 7-on-7s. That's show.
No.
That's show. You do 5-on-5. That's cool.
God, Ralph.
You just work with linemen. That's 7-on-7 is messing up football in my book.
What's up, J-Dog?
Okay, so about the case of international players program. I mean, a lot of persons, they just wanted to talk about the international players program and say it's a joke. No, it's not a joke, because I understand there's a lot of players, because I just wanted to understand about for that point. A lot of international players, they're coming from Australia, New Zealand, because they have a lot of experience in rugby, because those guys are huge. They know tackle, they know defense, but it's all about for the defense. If you're international, if you wanted to get fit in at a national team, which is American football, you had to be ready, because it doesn't matter. You had the talent, you had the skills. You had to be prepared, because you had to start to learn something new. It doesn't matter that I'm 5'5", or it doesn't matter that I'm fit or anything, because the international players program, it really fits to all about for the players, no matter represent for the nation. Because right now it's all about the discipline, and you had to work very carefully, because I know this being another thing. And American football is no joke at all, because if you had to learn something, how to tackle, because right now you had to get in, you had to go to fit, and you got to wake up, choose violence. I mean, it all happens.
Right, but all I'm saying is that with the international player program specific, I'm not talking about all the international players that have come and circulated in the league, whether they were drafted or whatever. With the international player program specifically, from my understanding, there's a large percentage of those guys, not just for the Raiders but other teams, that have never taken a snap of American football. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's a tough task for these guys to be able to learn the game, get better at the game, like I highlighted before, than guys who are at the elite level, the top 0.001% of American football players who've been playing the game their entire lives. And it's a tough task for them to be able to develop and become good enough to be able to produce on the field, even in spots. That's all I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Because I asked the question before, and I'm not just talking about I'm talking about the league in general. Give me one international player program guy that has turned out to be that. Can anybody in the chat who's not even a Raider fan give me one name? And I'm not talking about draft picks. I'm not talking about guys who came from overseas who played football and then came into the league. I'm talking about international player program players specifically.
So I just looked it up right now just to see who was even in the international pathway at all. The only person I actually even recognize is Jakob Johnson, and that's not even.
Was he from the international player program?
Yeah, I'm right here on NFL.
And that's across the board since the whole program has been in effect for everybody.
Yeah,
that's the
he
best.
Was in that program.
Jakob Johnson.
Was in that program. He was in that program.
Yeah, he's from Germany.
And that's it. And that's it. Just that's one guy across 32 teams since what? 2016, 2017?
17,
that's it.
Yeah.
And he started for the.
I rest my case.
He started for the.
Wow.
God damn.
I mean, but the other thing is, I mean, you had to be really prepared for what's coming next. Because if you're international player scouting, you had to pay attention with close to like the talent. Because not many international players got the same luck. Because there are not many who's been elite, or there's not many players who's been sucks. Because when it comes to American football, which is the NFL, or like the spring league, like the United Football League, or flag football, or college football, you had to be prepared. You had to understand the rules of the game. You had to understand how to get fit in, because it's no matter. Doesn't matter whose skill you are. It doesn't matter who you're running back, because you had to be prepared for what's going to happen. Because some of the international players got really nervous when it comes to the first year. But take like 1-2 years to develop and put in like some veterans to teach to the rookies. So you had to pay attention.
I'm sorry, Raph. I'm not laughing at you, Raph. I just happened to just look over at 805 and Chris from Protect the Shield and Lunatic.
Yeah.
Chris is fucking hammered on the camera.
Yeah,
right now.
They're going crazy right now.
Wait, are they going crazy?
Hey, I was on a chat on that show. I said Chris looks like a defensive line nose tackle coach. He looks like a coach with his shirt for the defensive tackles on 3 foot. They were talking
you can
about
tell he's been drinking since they started that show and drinking.
They were. They started. I was watching. It was just. They're showing their balls. They're drinking.
Oh my!
They said, "Well, we lost Christian Wilkins. Why don't we go to the 3-4 defense?" I said, "Oh shit, that means you need more linebackers. And what is our worst position that we have?"
Hey, what's up, Dante? East Coast Gridiron. What's up, brother?
East Coast gave us a few names, and I can appreciate that. East Coast has given a few names, but like, you know, and I appreciate the names, but that's few and far between. And how long ago? How long has the program been running for?
17, 16,
what? 2017, yeah.
And tell me if there's like legit specialty players, receivers, quarterbacks, running backs, corners, or safeties that are in that program that been even on the practice squad. Like those, you see a bunch of them, defensive linemen, offensive linemen, basically defensive tackles.
All I'm saying is just temper the expectation with these guys. Just
the first name they bring up.
See what they do. Like, let them develop. If they can even take the field, that's going to be a win for me. And if he can even do anything once he takes the field, that's going to be, the jackpot. But I'm not expecting nothing from any of these guys. You just went through the history of the whole program, and it's been few and far between. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Aaron Donald wasn't the biggest nose tackle ever. He was the best because he was here, and he was a hella fucking strong.
Right, all those.
The best, one of the best ever, right there. Shit, we ought to just call him up and give him fucking retirement. Give him a bunch of money.
Just give him a call. Do a
There's
Kurt
the
Warner
stat there.
thing.
2 out of 56. 2.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
The odds of that guy replacing Christian Wilkins. I brought that up on a live, AR, and it was like, oh, we got this new guy from Australia. He's fucking 6'6", 340. He replaced him. I go, what am I seeing?
Right, which is why I was passionate what I said before, and I have every
clean
reason
my glasses, bro. I had to clean my glasses off and drink coffee.
I have every reason to root for this guy, Gravy. He's my fellow countryman. He's a Samoan Australian, just like me. So I've got every reason to root for this guy, and I am. I'm just saying, pump the brakes with expectation. This guy's not replacing Christian Wilkins. He's not going to see the field year 1. He's not going to see the field likely year 2. He may not see the field, period. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say.
It doesn't matter if he gets cut or not. Just hope he does well. He's where he's at. I hope he does well.
I hope he does too.
Good practice guy. Got it. Put some damage on your offensive line.
Let him learn. Let him to hone his craft.
The offensive lineman can't stop him. Then we got problems with the offensive line.
Right.
Right.
Because that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing right there. He's pushing our offensive lineman around if he's doing that. Getting that work right there.
Right.
Good practice. The camp guy, bro. That's good. It's good for him.
Well, he's gonna make the team, bro. He's gonna make because he's a national player, so they don't have to cut him.
Make our team better. He's gonna make a guy like that make our team better as a whole.
He's gonna be in a practice squad regardless because he's a national player, so they're not losing a roster spot.
Right.
So they
don't count against the roster spot. So I like the program in that regard. All I've been trying to say this whole time is just temper the expectation. That's all I'm saying.
What's up, Robert Pena? What's up,
Hey, Robert?
Don't forget everybody that's in the chat.
That guy not being there.
Show some love to everybody on the panel and here. Hit all the different channels.
You're gonna have problems.
Hit the sub, hit the notifications, hit those likes. Show the love, spread it around. Appreciate you all. And I thank everybody that's been in here so far on the channel. On the panel, you guys have been awesome. Some good combos tonight, actually. Really good combos.
Yeah, but I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm kidding.
I mean, no, I understand.
Hey, Rafa, you think you take your glasses off that we can't see that you're looking at something? That don't work, bro. That don't work anymore,
because first and foremost, I mean, that's a very good
I'm
question.
just messing with you, man. You know I just mess with you.
we all love you,
I understand, but I mean, the only thing that I just took off my glasses is because, well, sometimes I have issues to watch because I know that I have myopia, and when I use those glasses is to wear some good. But some of those people that they say, oh, he just reading something on the chat, he was reading an article, he was just watching at another video, something like that. But I understand it about it, but sometimes I had difficult to watch because I know that sometimes my eyes is getting blurry, but I'm not blind. Okay. So I'm not and to be honest, right now, I'm very cool. I'm not drunk. I just got my vision blurry because sometimes my vision sucks like Samir White and Cesar McCormick. Their vision is trash.
I could dig that.
Well, Sincere, I'm at least excited to see what Sincere can do come the preseason. I just did a live where I highlighted players that I feel need to prove that they either belong on the roster or secure their depth spot. And I highlighted all 3 of those guys that were a part of the running back by committee last season. Sincere McCormick, Zamir White, and Dylan Lobby is another name you could throw in that conversation because all of those guys are fighting for that one spot, I believe. We've got Ashton Genty. We drafted him for a reason. We have Mostert. But behind them, I want to see what I want to see McCormick healthy because he proved to me that he can play when given the chance. You know what I'm saying? And I want to see that, and I want to see him healthy because, like I said, I'm not giving him any more practice squad concessions. He's already sat there for 3 years. Now's his time to step up and show that he belongs and he can play well in the league. Or if he doesn't do that in preseason, he can go. Dylan Lorby, I can give him a practice squad concession, but he's another guy who needs to step up. And Zamir White, you already know how I feel about Zamir White. You know what I'm saying? Like, you either show that you can be an adept rotational guy preseason, and you need to be balling out against second, third stringers. Otherwise, you can get up out of here.
Well, Zamir
Dante agrees with you. He says he's cheeks.
Yeah, I've been the loudest one in the room.
Lobby's not even listening
you
to the
have,
running back
man.
room, though. He just says a punt return, kick return. He's not even in the running back room anymore.
Well, then he needs to solidify that role.
He's behind Miller.
He needs to solidify that role, or he can go to the practice squad.
He's behind Miller and kick return, punt return, so he's not even in the running back room right now.
That's one kid I want to see return kicks is Mallet. Yeah, Tommy, touchdown Tommy.
Well, somebody needs to solidify that job because that's up for grabs too. The returner.
Yeah. They got him and Chris Corrier. They drafted last year. He's in there too.
I can't believe Raider Nation was saying this guy was a McCaffrey 2.0. What the fuck is wrong?
Oh my God. Stop.
What the fuck is wrong with this?
Stop.
I'm glad we don't have that situation with 2.0s this year. I haven't heard a lot of 2.0s this year.
It's okay to give him player cons, but don't crown these guys as 2.0 whatevers, especially guys drafted in the 6th round. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Come the frig on.
I got you.
Oh, man.
All right.
Okay.
Fumbled a lot, so.
Okay, so I'm about to pull off right now. I know this is very late right now, but I just wanted to tell you salute to the chat right now. And I know that I'm going to learn a lot of things, something. But you know what? I mean, I just wanted to have a great night, great week. Salute to the chat. Salute to the whole nation, to all these amazing content creators, Avakasi, Jeff. I mean, LB Raider, because sometimes I forgot. Gravy, Grace for Raiders. And I just wanted to tell you about this one. Happy birthday, Unfiltered Soldier. God bless you. And I just wanted to tell you, just like a motivation speaker, just like Sweet James, this is motherfucking Raider Nation. There is nothing can stop us. This is Raider Nation. There is no Chargers.
It's not the Gestapo?
No, I'm just saying there's nothing can stop us because this is Raider Nation. Yeah, I'm just trying to you get it memorized. So much love, much respect, everybody else.
Take care, Rafa.
I'll take care.
Rafa. All right, bro.
Have a good weekend, Rafa.
All right, man.
All right, man.
Have a good one.
Love the
Peace
motivation,
out,
bro. Love the motivation right there. I'll play for you any day.
Run through a wall.
He means well.
You need it.
He does.
We're used to that. We're used to that motivation.
Right.
That was weird.
We talk about defensive linemen and cornerbacks. We talk about cornerbacks. He brings up defensive linemen.
Can I bring up another name that I've earmarked that I want to see? I want to see more from, and that's Michael Mayer. How do you guys feel about him?
Love Michael Mayer.
You do?
I think he's good, bro.
I hope he's have his head together because we just still know exactly what happened to him last year, why he disappeared.
Yeah.
Hopefully he has. If it's a mental health issue, we get that straightened out because he was a good player, still is a good player. I'm assuming, but hopefully he's back on track because we'll probably need him.
Right.
I really like Michael Mayer a lot. It's just going to be an uphill battle for him to carve out a role in this offense, especially with Brock Bowers getting most likely a majority of the targets at the tight end position. If he can play that inline tight end like we're kind of expecting, Brock Bowers, can move around a little bit. Maybe I just don't want to keep him as the blocking tight end because he's a lot more than that. And just to use his talents as just a blocker, I feel like would be underutilizing him. I just hope that he can find a way and find a role. Chip Kelly can find a way to make him work because he's a good player. It's just he's going to have to, fight for targets in where we have a lot more offensive power now.
Right. I guess why I brought him up. Sorry, go ahead. Go.
My bad. I want to see him more in the red zone. I feel like he has a lot of red zone potential that we haven't really used them in the red zone as much as I thought we would. Last year he was all jumping trying to jump all over players and stuff like that. Like that's just exciting. So if we could get that side of him in a more confident stance, I feel like he can make some big plays for us.
Yeah.
I guess why I brought it up, my critique of Michael Mayer. Look, I get it. He took time away from football. Speculation. I'd like to highlight speculation is that it was mental health because nobody outside of the Raiders organization knows. All right, so we can only speculate. And if that is the case, I can appreciate that. You always got to make sure everything's right upstairs. Take the time you need. However, in terms of overall production during his time as a Raider, no one's going to sell me. And we drafted Brock Bowers, and he's been proven to be an elite player at the position right from the rip. But no one's going to sell me the production we've gotten out of Michael Mayer, a guy we've drafted in the second round that we actually traded up for, has even come close to the expectation that you expect from him. For me, reading it out loud, like 460 yards for 2 touchdowns or 48 receptions in 2 seasons. We got that in 1 season from a guy we drafted years back in Michael Rivera. You know what I'm saying? A guy we drafted in the 5th round. Like even Foster Moreau was more productive than him. Another 5th round guy that we drafted, years back, who was a dependable guy who proved to be that in his first 2 seasons. You know what I'm saying? This is year 3 for Michael Mayer. So no one's going to sell me that the production from his perspective has been even close to good enough. You know what I'm saying? So I've earmarked him. I want him to produce and be better than what he's proven to be. He's shown that he can play in spots, and I can accept that. You know what I'm saying? But like, I want this guy to produce. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just read out the production. Like, can you guys sit there and tell me that's even close to the bare minimum expectation that you get from a round 2 draft pick? Anyone?
That's why I think he's not going to be here. They're going to do something with him.
There's rumors he's been on the trade block.
He's been on trade block,
already.
Yeah, he wasn't the type guy. I love Michael Mayer as a player. I'm not going to. We shouldn't know what his problem was. If it is mental, you got to question: does the dude love football? You got to be that way. You got to be on point when you're in the NFL. And when you really look, we got so obsessed with as fans with the 12 personnel, and we really got to understand what that means. 12 personnel. Yeah, you got 2 tight ends out there, but what formation are you in? What are you going to do? Otherwise, you got 2 tight ends in there. What are you going to do besides that? It's just not.
Sorry to interrupt you, Gravy, but how many times did we even see that?
They didn't.
And the amount of times that everybody was talking about it throughout the course of the offseason. How many times did we see that?
You're not going to see 12 personnel with Chip Kelly.
No, you're not. Very rarely.
Very difficult.
Maybe in a red zone, but you
run
zone.
Don't read or RPOs with 2 tight ends in there. You want more bigger guys. So he doesn't do 12 personnel that much, and he's expendable. Probably could get something for him. His passion for the game is. You question that, and then I don't want to wait and see. I'd rather just get somebody else.
Well, the fact that you just said he's expendable, and the fact that the rumors has been he's been on the trading block says everything you need to know.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
Think about it. He was perfect for McDaniels. Perfect for that. Maybe you could go New England. You run that Earnhardt Perkins offense. Perfect for a 12 personnel. But for what Chip Kelly does, and if he does what he usually does, 12 personnel is not used widely, as much as we think it is. That we got adapted to saying. We got so hard on saying 12 personnel. We never seen it last year because we couldn't do it.
It was nauseating how many people were talking about, are we going to see this, that? We've got the next coming of Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez. I mean, Brock Bowers lived up and then some to his expectation. But my God.
I got tired of trying to explain it, and just, I don't know. I lost cause conversation or trying to drill it in somebody's mind. Oh, we run 12 personnel. This is the double damage. Well, what are you going to do if you're in 12 personnel? It's just not them two. You got to do other things with it, It just doesn't pan out for us. He's not that type guy for Chip Kelly. Bowers is, but not him.
I get it. He's not that type guy, but you've got to be a competent rotational guy. At his best, he can be that, but I'm just saying he hasn't done that from a production standpoint the last 2 seasons. You know what I mean? No one's going to sell me that. There's got to be a bare minimum expectation for a round 2 draft selection. You know what I mean? And he needs to start living up to it when his number is called.
All right, East Coast knows football. Oh, I see him on your show, that East Coast granddad. He knows football.
There he does.
I could tell he does. He knows 20. He knows 21 personnel, 11.
See, he's an X's and O's technical standpoint kind of guy. I'm just a fan who just
Sounds like
from the heart and just call it as I see it. You know what I mean? Like I might be way off, but I can only just do the best I can to connect the dots, and that's all I'm doing with Michael Mayer. Like, you know, from the eye test and the production standpoint, like I said, no one's going to sell me that's even come close to being the bare minimum expectation. It hasn't.
Exactly. Nope. I'd rather have another running back or a tackle in there than have him. That's probably what you're going to see. He's going to get a playmaker, a faster guy, somebody that's explosive more than Michael Mayer.
Come on, year 3, do something. Year 3, do something.
I agree.
Well, he can block, well, so can a tackle.
Yeah. So can a wide receiver. So
you're going to use a lot of that. You're getting guys that they block. So we see that happening. Guys that block.
I've heard a lot of people saying that that Besh is going to be a day 1 starter. You guys agree with that?
He started on depth chart. He's already in there. He's already in there in the depth chart.
Right now.
Started.
That's what we drafted him to be, as a round 2 selection. You know, we have a depth issues at wide receiver, large depth issues at wide receiver before the draft. We've tried to address that with Besh and this guy Thornton. So if it's Besh that's going to solidify that number 2 role, which seems to be the case, then cool.
No, we had a lollipop good wide receiving core that couldn't block. That's what we had last year. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we
had. The only one
had.
that was blocking was Jacoby.
That's the only one that blocked. Only one.
But blocking is
yeah,
blocking
Tony's
is complementary
right now.
In a run game.
Blocking is complementary, much like we were talking about with the cornerback role. Like the tackling is complementary. Your priority and your primary role is to lock down and shut down these receivers. As a wide receiver, your primary role is to catch the ball, make some plays, do these things. The blocking side of things is complementary. Michael Mayer can block, but I want to see him produce more when it comes to the receptions, making plays, and even in the red zone, scoring touchdowns.
Now we're saying 3rd and Bash now. That's what we're saying.
That's what he's saying. Like 3rd and best throw. What?
Oh my God.
That's what you call him now. 3rd best throw.
I do like what they've started on IG. Max Crosby's been pushing it too. How like if Besh starts to emerge and he starts scoring touchdowns for the DJ at the Raider games, to start playing that song by Too Short. What's my favorite word? Besh.
Yeah, that should be funny.
Right. But I want to see him earn that first.
Welcome
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
He's got to solidify his spot.
Okay, you want him to score touchdowns, not get first downs. Right. I'd rather have him score touchdowns.
First down.
Right.
First down. It's important either way, but
crawl before you walk.
Yeah. This guy. Oh no, Renfro. He didn't drop the ball a lot until he got concussed and he messed up. He fucked up a lot, but
right.
Bro, I
little guy going down the middle like that. What do you expect? Besh is not a little guy.
No,
he's not. He's not Renfro size. Definitely.
Nah, far from it.
Different skill sets.
Yeah, he'll probably catch the ball too. He's real strong catching the ball. That's what I like about him.
If anything, we got 2 Jacobys out there.
I'm not bothered by him being in that role, starting, being in the depth chart number 1. Doesn't bother me at all.
Nope.
He's showing it. He's showing it right there.
Good.
And we can get a guy to. I'm not a big fan of Trey Tucker, so.
I like Tucker as a spot guy, and I've highlighted this many times. I like him as a spot guy. When he gets open, he can catch. He doesn't have a problem with his hands. He can catch the ball. He can make some plays. The problem is if he doesn't get separation. If our quarterback throws in a contest, this is just what I saw. He loses every single time, or 9 times out of 10, and a lot of those times the ball is intercepted. That's my problem with Tucker starting on the outside. I don't want to see him starting. I want to see him being relegated to when you're on the field in spots, like just take the top off. If you can get open, throw him the ball, cool. But to be a dependable number 2, he's not that.
No, Tucker's not a 50-50 guy. He's only 5'9".
He's not.
And you go against the guy, these DBs that are 6 feet tall. More chance than not, these 6-foot DBs going to bat the ball down, like you said, or pick it off.
Every time.
If he get outside, if he can beat him downfield, it's money in the bank. He's not a 50-50 guy.
We use Tucker more for his capability to situational type stuff. Situational. Right. And just not when Tucker was running routes, you didn't see Tucker getting 10 yards.
What up, Tony?
Crosses or anything like that. Tucker's not really a big guy. He's fast, fast as shit. Right. But I just questioned. Okay, Tucker's in there. He's gonna run a deep post or deep, post corner or I really don't know his route tree, but he's just fast. He has a problem with his concentration catching the ball. You know what I mean?
Well, he can catch it when he's open, but that wasn't his issue.
Sometimes he'll be wide open. Sometimes he'll be wide open, AR, and he had to replay because the ball was bobbling in his fucking hands and stuff.
Yeah, they always have to replay his catches.
I think the stat, like someone highlighted, because I had this debate with, I think it was Yerp, shout out to Yerp, who's high on Trey Tucker, and I debated with him because he brought up the stat that his drop rate is very low, and my rebuttal to that was like, well, does that count for how many times the ball was either deflected by the defender or intercepted? Because I don't believe it does. You know what I'm saying? And that's my problem with Tucker. Granted, we had to have him starting on the outside due to the depth issues, which hopefully we've solved because of what we did with the draft. But that's all I'm trying to say with Trey Tucker. Like, I don't want him starting on the outside, being that, like, when it comes to the contest, he's not good. In fact,
how many receptions did he have? Does anybody know that?
I can give you
that. Nate, how many receptions did Trey Tucker have last year?
47 for 539 yards.
There you go.
Not bad. Right.
It's not bad. Like, starting on the outside, but
three touchdowns.
Did you guys see what I saw just from the eye test?
Yeah, I agree with you totally, but I think worse. I think worse of him.
Yeah, to me, honestly, I think Thorin's going to take Trey Tucker's job. I think Thorin does everything that Trey Tucker can do, but better. He's taller. He catches the ball just as well. He could be faster. I think, and Thorin, like, I think Thorin can possibly be that Jeremiah Smith kind of guy that Chip Kelly had last year. Obviously, he's not Jeremiah Smith. Obviously, that's crazy.
He's talking about the number 1 pick in the draft next year.
No, I know that's why. No, that's why. But like, he could play that kind of role and take the top off too.
Well, isn't he a freshman? Wasn't Jeremiah Smith a freshman? No, he's
yeah. No, he might be. I think he was a sophomore last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, East Coast don't like Thornton, I guess.
I can only do that on my stream, Rorschach. I don't think.
But you know what? The thing I like about Thornton, even though it was in college, this guy caught 26 balls and got 607. Fuck, you talk about after the
Take
play,
off, bro.
After the 26 balls, he caught.
Jeremiah Smith was a true freshman. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. It's gonna be a while until he's in the draft, but he's number 1 pick if he could come out. That guy's
Mike check 1 2 1 2. Does that work?
Him and Ryan Williams were crazy last year.
Do I sound like a transformer?
Oh no.
No, you're good.
No, doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. It only works when I'm on my own side.
26 catches, 690 yards. You talk about big play potential right there. That's what we're looking at off the bat. That beats out Trey Tucker right off the bat. He might be a little slim for me. Might be a little slim.
Right.
Ruggs wasn't a super big. Ruggs wasn't a super big ass dude. Maybe you could do that.
To East Coast Gridiron's stat, he just shared it. Yeah, I that's what I was saying before. He can catch the ball if he's open. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm disputing is that, like, that stat right there doesn't count for how many times the ball was deflected or how many times the ball was outright intercepted when it's in the contest. That's my gripe with Tucker.
They both need route. They get that route trade going better.
Yeah, exactly.
Once they get that, they got good teachers there. So
Lily Rochat. Welcome to the chat. All that I'm bad at. The only thing I'm happy about is that we got some big guys in the receiving corner. I got tired of the little guys last year. Although they can catch the ball, they can go fast. But I got tired of guys. The ball's going to them, and the bigger DBs is batting them down. We got some guys that actually can go 50-50 balls besides Jacoby Myers. So I'm happy we got some guys in there. They have these rookies have to develop. They have to learn the routes. They have to learn all that stuff. So just gotta wait and see. So we got
East Coast.
Colin.
Colin,
wait, hold on. We got that guy, somebody named Colin Johnson, I think. This guy's 6'6". He came from the Bears, I think. So they got big receivers. Don't tell how good he is because he played about 3 different teams.
I think that guy's a tight end or something.
Yeah, 6'6", 222 pounds. He's not that big, but as far as like weight. But
my bad, Chris. Didn't mean to. I was just following up on East Coast Gridiron's. Says East Coast is saying, and salute him for sharing these stats. He said 4 contested catches on 10 attempts by Thornton. I will take 4 out of 10, then 1 out of 10, or 0 out of 10, which is what you're going to get from Tucker.
But the thing is, though, AR, I got a problem with that because in that year, they only did that 50-50. It was completed 4 times. I want him to catch a ball. I want him to get 10 receptions for I want him to produce more than just a 50-50 ball. We can see right there on that stat what Gridiron's doing is that what is the 50-50 ball in a season? You know what I mean? So to me, a 50-50 ball is not really important to me. What you do in the seams and your route tree, you got to do that before you're just a 50-50 guy. Unless we're in that situation, you're not going to be in the game if you're just good for that. I want a guy to be there every play. Be consistent every get more than 26 catches. I'm impressed with the yardage after the catch. That means that's great. And then, but if you're just there to just in the red zone, yeah, we had a problem with that. But we depending on a fourth, fourth round rookie to be our fifth.
Who are you talking about, Thornton?
Thornton,
yeah. Are we depending on this guy to do athletic shit right off the bat when he don't even know a route tree? So we gotta slow down on that a little bit.
That's not what I'm saying, Gravy. That's not what I'm saying.
I know, but that's what Gridiron was saying. Yeah, and
but he said he played Oregon.
He only caught 4 balls last year that were 50-50 balls. I know what you meant when you were reiterating what Tucker and him comparison. I understand.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm just we're talking about Tucker's weakness specifically, and all I'm talking about is just comparing it to say Thornton. That's it.
Yeah. Well, Thornton had ran routes when he was in Oregon. Got Tennessee, it all changed. They didn't run those routes like he did when he was in Oregon. So he does have a route tree. We don't know what it is because
wasn't it Tennessee?
Yeah, he transferred from Oregon.
He had a bigger route tree at Oregon. Ran different routes. Got to Tennessee, this routes changed. That's why they catch that ball.
Gotcha.
So we don't know what's route tree gonna be like for the Raiders.
Well, now we know Oregon has never changed, but we got to look at that. Oregon has never changed since Chip Kelly left.
No, it's still the same. Exactly the same.
He probably was young then, and the reason why he transferred. But Tennessee is a very, very not complicated offense. Their quarterback at Tennessee was Josh Heupel. Remember him? He's like Lane Kiffin. He dictates where his quarterback throws the football. So if he's open, he gets it. There's no saying it. So that's probably why Thornton had less catches. But it's a very offensive friendly to the quarterback and to receivers and stuff.
They're running.
You watch Tennessee. Oregon's more difficult.
So I gotta get going, gang.
All right,
AR.
Thanks for having me on.
AR, real quick, before you take off, AR. Are we still on for Sunday or what?
Should be. I've been pretty busy all week. Let me see what my schedule's like tomorrow because I've got another busy day tomorrow. I'll let you know.
No big deal. That's fine.
I want to.
Why we got the little
if you're available, then yeah. I know. Nathan's been busy as well, but let me see what my schedule's like tomorrow, and if we're on, I'll let you guys know for sure.
Okay.
All right. Anyways, thanks for having me on. Gravy, Chris,
Chris,
Jeff,
but
LV Raider,
I don't think
everybody in the chat. All right, you
tempo's
take care, gang.
different.
Take care, man.
Tempo's way different, but I see the same scheme. Tempo's way different. That's all. But I see the same scheme as far as running the football and stuff like that.
It's about the same scheme, but of course, it'll be a little different. It'll be exactly
in a way. I understand what he means. It's different, but
about the same. About the same.
I see the philosophy. I was watching it in the bowl games this year. I watched them that long. I inherited outfits for a minute. We couldn't do the tempo. You got to do it right. But you got to have guys that run that type tempo he does. He kind of got off that a little bit, but he's a super ass speed when Chip Kelly was there. They were like, remember all them Baylor guys that used to be super fast, do with small wide receivers? They used to be the track team out there.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Chip Kelly back in the day. And then they were running plays every shit. The play clock would go to 25. They're running another play. Defense was tired as fuck the first quarter. I love that shit.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna probably hop off too right now. But I will be on tomorrow. I will be on tomorrow with Jay and Rundown. I will be the guest tomorrow on Good Morning Raiders. So make sure to tap in tomorrow for Good Morning Raiders. So you said you're busy. Oh God. But yeah, I will be on tomorrow. So make sure to tap into that. And then we should most likely be playing on Sunday. Hopefully we'll be playing on Sunday. So busy weekend for sure. Appreciate all you guys, per usual. Great talking to you guys.
Thanks for being on
as
here
always.
We appreciate you. You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. But yeah, have a good one, you guys.
All right, take it easy,
brother.
All right,
dang, is it that time already?
I don't know. What do you think?
It is.
I'm feeling it.
Shoot, Jeff, you on that East Coast time? We barely hitting 10 over here.
Oh, this is nothing, Jeff.
It's 1:12 now. Good thing is
early for Jeff,
my daughter and her husband
you're the youngest
up in
one in the
Maine,
crew.
so I
Let's
can
old
stay
men
on
talk
late.
about
I can
old
talk
shit.
as late as loud as I want. The wife's at the other end of the house in bed. So
let us old men talk about old shit.
Yeah, it's all right. If you want to hop off, man, go play some marbles outside. That's cool. I mean,
Nah,
marbles. I'm gonna go get
back to that little
I'm gonna go get
hopscotch
the
game you
stick
got
and
going on
the metal
outside.
wheel and just roll around the stick in the backyard.
Let's go play some kick the can. Kick the can or something, man.
Kick the can.
Tripping.
Nah,
I just walked in my room and my lady gave me that look like, what you doing?
This you hear talking to the retirement crew. So yeah, do what you want.
My lady's happy I'm out here, bro.
My old lady's gone. She uptown. She up north. I'm cool. I'm by myself.
Are we chilling? Nah.
I mean, we can stay on. I don't care. I was just saying.
I was chilling with my wife, bro. I mean, Friday night we do our thing on Friday night. Go out, eat.
Yeah, we could run a 12-hour shift here, Fook. You want to stay for that?
Shoot. Hey, I honestly was just trying to test out my new little setup, man. So.
Oh yeah, how's that computer run you got?
I think it's pretty smooth. It's not hot or nothing.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, you were saying that. I was saying, I was telling you, you're gonna be coming up with your new stuff. You were telling me about that.
Yeah. I got my new little camera set up.
So make sure it's good that the little ones make sure that really ventilate, man. You can't put them in the corner somewhere because those things heat up real quick. That's what I was telling you.
I was telling Lo, I go, man, you're gonna have if anybody goes to Bakersfield next year, I go, Lo, they're gonna be 50 content creators with cameras out there just doing the same shit we did next year.
Yeah. You know it will be.
Hey, y'all went live though. Respect for that.
Yeah, we went live.
Yeah, y'all went live.
I just told him, hey, babe, can you shut the door a little bit? If we do that, when we went in there and there wasn't a lot of room and there was so much of us out there and that we said, man, we got all these content creators here and But they didn't bring stuff. They just brought like a lot of merch and giving out stuff and promoting themselves. I understand that. We didn't bring none of that shit. We just brought we brought computer, mics, and all that. You know, we brought Low brought all that stuff. So I just stayed out of his way. I said, hey, we might as well just set up. Maybe in between the DJ and all that, because we didn't think nobody could hear shit. Because it was so loud in there. Wasn't it Chris's?
It was loud in there.
It was loud as fuck.
I had to go outside and think, like, woo.
When I was on Saturday night, Jay tapped in. He joined the stream with me, and I could barely even understand what Jay was saying.
Did he have our mics?
I mean, I could hear. Yeah, he came on live with me. I sent them. I put the link in our IG chat that we have from the connection, and he came in, and I could hear him, but I couldn't fully understand what he was saying. It was just so bad. It was horrible.
It got louder. What was good? I said, man, I go, if anybody streams this, I go, they're gonna get copyrighted. So will we, because the DJ's playing jams like that. I go, just turn it off and just put the camera up there. That was Lowe's idea. So I said,
that was a good idea, putting that camera out there.
I said, everybody can see shit, and I go, hey.
Like I said, I wasn't there, but it made me feel like I was being able to watch that for hours, throughout the whole day.
I think that happened to Jack Kennedy, because he was trying to stream live to a Madman channel, but they kept playing that music, man, so he got copyrighted. So
we turned it off, so we had our feed. It wasn't no music.
Yeah, but
I think
he was on his phone.
Jared asked, he goes, "Can I show it?" And he said, "Yeah, cool, bro." It was like, all right.
I was just laughing when those dudes were just chilling in front of the camera. We were just getting the back of their head right there.
I tell Low, tell get the fuck out the way.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 guys in the back, yeah, they were just standing there.
Well, they were watching Chin. I think Chin was coming up or something like that.
Yeah.
We moved the
I
camera,
kept forgetting that I couldn't bring drinks outside. They kept catching me. I was like, oh, my bad.
You could have put that little ass beer in your pocket, bro, and took off.
That little beer was not about that damn big.
Bro.
And people were buying that stuff. Chris was one of them. I go, man, another one? You paying all that money for that little ass beer? I go, man, it's an alcoholic's nightmare right there, bro. You spent a bunch of money. I would have been, if I was still drinking, I would have told you that. I would have spent $500 just on beer.
I wouldn't do that, because beers like this small. You had to buy
beer like that.
You got to buy like
they were pretty tiny, bro.
I was telling Josh, I was saying, what they doing that little titi beer, bro? You got a little titi. It was a little strong for that.
Hey, they had me feeling right though. By the end of the night, I had like 20 of them.
2, 3, 4 hours. You started feeling
good. Hey, Food. Roche asked you a question. You see it?
Nah. I mean, I'm from Cali, but I don't live in Cali, bro. I used to live like in San Fernando Valley area.
He looks like Nate. You saw them side by side in here on the camera. They look like twins.
Yeah, I think I just look like a California Mexican.
One's a little fuller in the face than the other.
Blends in LA. All of us blend in LA.
You like a Valley Mexican, yeah.
It was hella cool over there, though, bro. I met a lot of people. It was cool. It was great.
I'm in Vegas now, real shark. So
I forgot most of the beers were made. But you had to buy a certain amount. You had to buy like, I don't know how many was it, 16 to 16 beers.
They had like this beer fast pass. It was like $56.
Yeah,
and you get 8 beers. But I learned a little secret. Like if you're tipping the girls, they were hooking it up.
Yeah, they do.
Of course they do.
That you barely learned that secret, Dan?
Well, no, I mean, I always like to show support, so. Oh, that's what he was talking about.
That right off the rip.
Fucking Jeff.
I would have given him $70. I'll be back for another 8 in a little minute.
Yeah, no, I slid her 5. She gave me like 3 beers at one point.
I would have slammed 8 beers in probably 15 minutes, the way I usually drink. I said, well, first of all, I would have pissed him off because I said, what the fuck is this? What do you want to do with this little ass beer?
Yeah, you got to get that little drinking band. Also, you go to the thing, pay for it, get that band, then go to the bar.
I went to the bar, bro.
I wouldn't even been outside, Chris. I would have just been right there at the bar, just give me another.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know, right?
I wouldn't even went outside.
I went to the bar and said how much the beer. Said, well, first thing a band. I'm like, what band? And that's what it announced. You get the alcohol band. I show my VIP band and said, no, you get that drinking band. I'm like, oh,
I would have said I lost it.
And you had to buy little tickets too at the separate counter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a mess for a second.
Well, not for them. They made a bunch of money. I see a lot of people with beers in there. They didn't leave the bar.
Nah, you would have paid them some money, Chris, and said, give me a handful of the tickets you're putting away. There you go. See?
Yeah, that's true. You good, huh?
For real, huh?
Yeah,
Shit.
bro. See, yeah, man, you barely learn how to drink, bro. You better learn how to hustle them bartenders.
Come on, bro. I'm a lightweight. I can't drink like I used to, bro. That's Chris. I was supposed to be at the after party. I went to my hotel room, passed out, bro.
God, what happened to you?
And you were with everybody. You were with everybody that was there too, huh?
Yeah, I was like, I told Severe, I was like, I'll be right back, and then I never came back, bro.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah, that's why I didn't see you there.
Yeah.
Mentor from Taps, bro.
No, that was fun though, man. I'm for sure check it out next year.
Oh, hell yeah, I was gonna meet you, Chris. Full Chris.
Man,
I was gonna be both Chris's.
That was you know, Gravy. I'll be honest with you. I was gonna be Radio Nation Jason there anyway. But the first person I was looking for was you.
I was right there, bro, when I seen you.
I saw Leo to the side of my corner. It's Leo. But I said, "Where's Gravy?" And I saw you. That's why I pointed at you. Hey,
come here. Let's go outside. I was with Lone already. Give him that stogie. I go, let's go outside and smoke this. He goes, He started making excuses. I said, man, you don't even know. So this will be my first cigar. He said, I go, man, you're probably gonna get sick then with this tough ass cigar I have.
Oh well, this cigar. Well, the one you had there, the one you had smelled nice. I like that one.
Yeah, that was a good one that I brought for the couple fellas over there. I was gonna give Leo one, MC Raider one, but I said, man, somebody stole mine. It was halfway done. Somebody took mine from the fence.
Yeah, I know who took it.
So I just got me another one. They wanted my good one, huh?
They got your good one. I know who took it. Well, like I said, I'm not gonna say his name over there. I see. I think I told you when he was there. So I hit
him. I think I hit two people up. Hey man,
I'll be right back. I gotta help
the
the wife take the two dogs out. We got our daughters.
Not to give a shit, bro. You smoking a good cigar with my vivas all over it? I take it. I don't want it back. I don't want that shit back. You mean mouth bit all over it. I don't want that shit.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect in Bacon Show, man. That I had a blast. I'm definitely going next year. I had a blast, fun.
Yeah, we were talking football. It was good, man. It was good.
Yeah, it was no nonsense.
Mad I didn't win nothing.
I went in there with the goal, bro. I went in there with the goal of getting raffles and taking a grip of pictures. I only took one picture. That's it.
I could take pictures because of my conditions, so I took a few, but not many. So I regret that. But next year it'll be different.
But I was hurting. I was hurting though. I was hurting out there. I can't stand around that long, but I was still recovering. I had to sit down. I can't sit down for long, so I got to get up. Yeah. But in between that time, man, I got to lay down.
Yeah.
To make everything right, and I couldn't do that. So I was like, get up, bullshit. But I guess I faked it real good.
Shit, I can't imagine, bro.
About one of those rare chairs. He bought a rare chair that you can actually lean back like what's it called? It's computer chairs. You can lean like halfway back.
I mean, I gotta lay down. At
least you stretch completely out. Yeah.
And I don't want to be all pilled. I took the pills that I have to take, but I didn't take my good pills that make me relax and stuff. I would have been different. I would have just been sitting there just looking at people and shit.
Was it?
Yeah, I was tripping that you recognized me, Gravy. I was like, oh shit, he recognized me.
I see you all the time. I recognize everybody that I chill with. I know people, man, and I besides the people that obvious I didn't know, but the people that I'm on panels with and I see, I remember everybody. Say what's up to everybody. I made it a point to show myself out there. Right. I'm at a point now where I gotta slow down. I gotta slow down, and I'm over here anticipating all these games and shit. But doctors are smarter than me, bro. So I gotta listen to them. I'm a stubborn dude, so I gotta listen to people that are smarter than me. So I'm gonna say, all right.
I want to change the subject right quick, but Question from Rock. You think you hear about this Keenan Allen thing?
He's
I mean,
tied.
it's subject.
He's always been tied to us. So. Now I'm kind of off it a little bit. I was pushing it for a long time. Keenan Allen's still out there. You know, we got a wide receiver problem. You know, actually, factually, do we think this guy Thornton, or are we comfortable with a rookie 4th round pick that doesn't run a route tree very well, and Trey Tucker that's inconsistent as our, you know, X or Z or whatever the fuck he wants to play?
Yeah,
I'm not comfortable with that. In the long run, maybe, but a guy like that could make an impression on our team, make us better. But
he has the experience, so that's something that's good.
He's a Raider fan. He's a Raider fan, and he's always been our opposition. But we forget that quickly when they become a Raider. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that's only problem is he got to stay healthy because he's been hurt a lot. Yeah,
but that can happen to anybody.
There's
a guy out there too that just got released. You know, that'll be adequate for us. That blocks well. That has games where he's consistent. He just wasn't thrown to enough. It's Gabe Davis. I like Gabe Davis for us too. Big guy.
He got released?
Big guy. Huh?
He got released?
He got released from Buffalo. Or he was at Jacksonville.
Oh.
Eddie Cheaper could do the things
you think Jacksonville's going to let Travis play both ways?
I don't think that's not going to last.
He won't be in the season. He won't be in the league for long. I'll tell you that.
I look forward to it though, Chris. Tell you the truth, I look forward. If he could do something like that, then he's one of a kind, bro.
Yeah.
He'd be the only player ever. The guys have went, but they were in packages. You know, they had a package for Dion. They had a package for Champ Bailey. You know, they had a package for this guy, other guy. But you got to figure this, dude. The concentration and the focus that you got to have being a wide receiver has to be on point. And if you divide that in half in the NFL, something bad, I could see something bad happening, you know, and I hope he does it. He'll be the first ever to do it both ways consistently. But you got to think, man, if this guy he's in a game and he plays cornerback, well, no, say like he's a wide receiver, right? Because that's basically what it looks like his primary is, because that's what I'm hearing, is that he plays wide receiver, he drops a football, and everybody's booing him, and then he goes and covers a corner. He covers Chase, and then he gets burnt for a touchdown. What the fuck are you going to think about the guy? You know what I mean? It's just tough, bro. When you're put in that situation, it's tough. So I hope he can do it. It'll be amazing to watch. I'll be focused on it. I'll be watching him. I got my eye on him, but I don't hope the worst for him. Hope he does it.
Yeah, that's cool. They'll show them playing both sides of Jacksonville's practice. They'll show them doing both. Mm-hmm. But we don't know where they're going to put him at. Is he a better receiver or is he a better cornerback? That's what they go. That's what they're looking at to see what he is. Because to be honest, Jacksonville needs both those, needs a receiver and a cornerback. So
but you know, they're gonna find out probably quickly that he's gonna have to focus on one thing. I don't know if he's that type dude. And
my guy, Jay, was good.
What up, Jay? Big Jay.
Was
great to meet your family, homeboy. It was great to meet the family.
Hey, appreciate you, man. Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, Jay, thanks for not punching me in the face, man.
Why would I punch you in the face, bro?
Because of somebody that was just exactly like you. I was ready to grab him, and then look, he turned around and was like, wait, that's not Jay. Because somebody said you were there, and I was looking for you. I don't want to grab him. He's a wrong guy.
My mini clone, so I heard.
Yeah. We had like 3 J's.
Jay's the super dad, bro. He's a super dad, right?
Yeah,
I'm the one with the kids.
Hey, nice looking family, Jay. Nice looking family.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
They were ready to cut out. They were ready to cut out.
My girl was having time, bro. She was not feeling it.
She was ready to go early.
Man, yeah, she's just, I don't know.
I see her like that.
Just
I
she
was
was
thinking
crying
about
happily.
bringing my fam, but yeah, I don't think my
I
girl
go,
would
what's
be
wrong,
into it
little one?
either.
What's the matter? You don't like being here? She goes, I'm tired.
No, it's cute with that red outfit, man. I said, look at that.
My
That's how you
feet
raise your
hurt.
child.
My
Yeah,
feet
she had a
hurt.
little Raider outfit. Yeah, for sure.
That was cool.
That was
Yeah,
cool.
she says Raiders now. She does a little Raider chat.
Oh, yeah, that's tight. I
Raiders.
wish I would have heard that. That's tight.
Yeah, I have it on my blog. We have
Yeah.
it on video. It's on the
I'll
blog.
check it out. I'll check it out.
Record. Yeah.
That's
It's cute.
special. Bro.
Cute.
Going with
I
the
had to put
family.
it in there.
Going with the family and stuff like that's deep, bro. It's real good. Oh, you came from a long ways too, huh?
Yeah, man. Albuquerque, 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles.
You in Albuquerque? I got
Yeah.
my 3 sons live in New Mexico.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think Las Cruces.
Okay, so that's about
Las
3 hours
Cruces, little
south of
town
me.
right there by Las Cruces.
Yeah. It's almost El Paso.
Yeah, they drive to El Paso all the time. That's where the plane lands.
Yeah, there you go.
And they say it's a good little drive too.
It is a good drive. It's about 3 hours.
Damn, fuck that.
Yeah.
That's why I don't go to New Mexico. Because I don't want to go to Texas. Fuck Texas. I don't want to go there. Been there, hot as fuck, humid as fuck. I don't like it.
It's humid. It's hot. It's terrible. It's not.
Everybody if you want to go to Texas, take 15 hours to drive from one place to another.
Well, I hate that. Man.
I make 10 hours going to Dallas, and I'm halfway because we were talking about it on Wednesday, right?
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so those guys live in LA, and I'm like, yeah, it's about, for me it's 10 hours. So add about another 12, so it'd have been like, it's 22 hours from LA to Dallas every
Bro,
time.
you drove from Albuquerque to Bakersfield?
Yeah, so I drove from Albuquerque to LA, and then LA to Bakersfield.
Okay.
Yeah.
How to make a pit stop at your hometown or what?
Oh yeah, bro. Always, man. I always stop by my hometown.
What's the matter?
The fam, and
so you
cool,
took off super early then, huh?
Yeah, I was there since like Thursday.
All
in
right.
LA. Yeah, I was there Thursday in LA, and then we left on Saturday afternoon.
Back to New Mexico?
We made it.
I'm back home now. Yep, got back on Wednesday afternoon.
Oh, you went on a mission then. You kicked it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So you went Bakersfield. Did you go back to LA?
Yeah, I went back to LA.
Oh,
we didn't stay.
Yeah, okay. Nah, that's good.
Yeah, we didn't stay. It was too much for the kids and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that long day at Bakersfield. And there ain't shit over there. There ain't shit to do over there.
No.
Bakersfield sucks.
Yeah.
Peace up to David.
Karaoke bar.
Peace up to Derek Carr's hometown, bro. It ain't Fresno, it's Bakersfield. He lives in Fresno now.
That's funny.
They got good football in Bakersfield.
Oh yeah.
DJ Shark. We tried to sign him a few years ago. He didn't want to sign with us. I don't know why we want to sign him now.
DJ Chark is whack.
Yeah, but we tried offering a contract to Vegas a couple years ago. He said no, so I don't want him. Get him.
I didn't even want him then.
Yeah. I said, well, what we had considering, I said, yeah, well, we had nothing anyway, so sign him. But he said, no, I'm going to go over here. I said, well, bye.
I don't want no wide receivers that came from the freaking Jets, bro. Never.
Yeah, you can stay where you at.
Yeah. And where's DJ Chark now? How many teams he been on? I mean, he's been on like 8 teams.
He's still a free agent, I think.
He's been a free agent.
Yeah, so keep him. Yeah, he had a lot of potential. He played for the Jaguars, but potential means nothing if you can't catch the ball or do anything. So.
Tony Shepard. I like Houston. I like Houston.
Yeah,
but I don't like any other place.
Nah, like I said, Rock. We offer him a contract, then he turned us down. So get at him.
Well, that's that time he went to Las Vegas. He went to Las Vegas and chilled there, and I wouldn't have signed his ass.
Yeah, that was a while ago, but I don't miss him.
I'm honestly cool on all these free agent wide receivers. I don't know.
They want to bring Amari Cooper back with his drop balls ass.
Yeah, That's the rumor right now.
Yeah.
Is it?
I think we're good. I think we pretty good on wide receiver one right now. I mean, on
Just
wide
talking
receiver,
about that.
we need a wide receiver one, but right now it looks like it's going to be Brock.
But he plays tight end though.
He's not wide receiver
Yeah,
one.
exactly.
Exactly.
That's a
That's
problem.
not good. That's not
That-
good.
yeah, that's a problem.
But he can be a number one target.
Well, yeah, that's different between a wide receiver one and a target. So
Yeah.
still you got one.
We need to get another. We need to get a receiver that is productive free agency. Because I don't know if Trey Tucker or this rookie can still do things, but I'm done with Trey Tucker already. I'm done with him. Hey,
Asante Samuel Jr.
Trey Tucker is what he is, and maybe get better with the different people, but I hope he does better.
I still think there's a chance we sign Ramsey.
A lot of money, bro.
It's a big price tag, bro. And you have to trade for him.
We're on a discount right now. We got a budget, Chris. You know what I mean? We can't spend more than $12 million on a good wide receiver. You know what I mean?
Well, if they cut him June 1st, we don't got to trade, right?
Why would they cut him? Because of his contract, probably.
Yeah, they're not going to pay him.
They have to.
I don't think so, because
he's going to be $40 million on their cap, or something like that. That's why they're talking about trading. They're talking about trading.
June 1st, it's only going to be like $8 million. Something like that.
On their cap, yeah, but the team that trades him is going to have to pay his contract.
Oh, okay.
He just signed a contract last year.
For what, 40 million?
Nah, dude, he gets like almost $28 million a year or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's fucking.
He got a big-ass contract. Look it up. Check it out. I think it's around there. He's one of the highest paid corners in the league.
Hey, Jeff, you see that guy Lamb? In the
I'll
chat.
check it out right now, bro.
You see that again? He's not my channel. You guys can come out, please. I do not like that word. I don't know what channel he's on. I don't know if he's on Jay's channel or what.
No, I don't have my channel broadcasting, bro.
Oh, okay. Because he might be in your channel then. You can come and respect people, but not use that word.
Yep.
He was on mine. I got him.
Yeah, you're not coming using that word. Even Wishcom said it. Super Bar said it. So, yeah, no, I don't appreciate that.
Yeah, we don't need none of that negativity up in here.
Nope. Thank you, Chris. We sure don't. Come in with that. You can come in and say all kinds of stupid stuff, but you don't come and say those certain words. N word, C word, none of that stuff. You have respect. Yeah, I found out, Jason. I didn't know that. Jeff told me
that. I knew that he was on the other night. He was in that name, and his first comment, I'm like, "Hey, this Piano Man."
Yeah, well, he's
right away.
He's fine. He ain't saying nothing stupid.
No, he's being good tonight. He's being a good little boy.
Like we said here. You know, yeah. Just don't use that tone here. Anyway, superpowers. That's funny.
What's up, James?
Yo, it said Jalen Ramsey signed a 3-year, $72 million contract with the Miami Dolphins, including $24 million guaranteed and an average annual salary of $24,100,000.
Who did?
Jalen Ramsey. I think it was last year.
Oh, I thought it was somebody right now.
Or the year before that.
No, he's still in the contract, and we had to trade for him. Got to give him something for him. Well, that's a lot of money, and then we lose a draft capital or a player. I don't know what they might be looking for, but is it worth it? Maybe. But $24 million is a lot of money.
That's fine. I don't know, but I do feel like our corners still need some help. We'll see.
We have no experience on the corner. As long as our defensive line can get the pressure on quarterbacks and all that stuff, it should be all right. But if we're going to let Mahomes and Sherbert and Nick stay in the pocket for 5 seconds and stand and look, we will get picked apart.
So we signed Ramsey. We ain't gonna extend one of those guys that we have.
Colt Miller.
I would being that. Jay, this is what I was thinking. That we got 2 offensive linemen, and one of them's a tackle. And I think that this kid Grant is the future of the Raiders, and we might get Miller 1 year, maybe 1 year. Hey, and then we got your replacement getting ready, and then Bash, if Trey Tucker pans out, could be Jacoby long term, 1 year contract extension.
Yeah.
Those guys are getting older. Those guys are getting older.
How old is Jacoby Myers anyway?
I love Jacoby Myers. He's a great asset for a football team.
Yeah,
but I don't think we're gonna push the ball to him as much as we did last year. We had to throw him the ball.
We had no choice
because we didn't have a running game. We had a little bit of a running game. He probably wouldn't have got 1,000 yards.
No, but yeah, I think that's fact.
I hate to say this. I don't think Brock Bowers probably would have got 1,000 yards.
I'm about to say the same thing. Brock Bowers got that many catches neither, but we had no choice. Only offense.
We forced the ball to those guys. We had to. We had to force the ball to those guys.
So he's 28. So he's 29. Yeah.
What we got, and we get our offensive line straightened out. Game 1, I would expect them to get 1,000 yards now. You know what I mean? And it'll be legit. I'm not forcing them to ball. They just be catching it. Offense is moving. That's great. The running games will just open up them better. That's what we got to do.
And push the ball down the field a little better and get in that red zone and actually have options when we get in the red zone. Yeah, options. We don't always have to throw.
Or bottom three in red zone for the last couple of years.
Yeah, 3 years, 4 years now.
Y'all remember that Bucks game? Was it that Bucks game where we were in the red zone for like 7 downs? Couldn't do shit.
Got 3 points. Got 6 points,
bro.
How many times does that happen, bro?
Yeah.
And we wanted that quarterback back. We wanted to keep these guys back. The Raiders forever. Mount Rushmore of the Raiders. We wanted those guys and all that shit, but they're fucking 6 points on 7 tries in the red zone. What the are we talking about?
Yep. Well, I remember that one play they had at the 2-yard line. They ran a shotgun formation. I'm like, what the hell are we doing?
Run the football, bro. Run the ball.
Shotgun on a 2-yard line. What?
Yeah, what I'm talking about, bro.
Well, what would happen is we'll be on the 2-yard line and they will get a 5-yard penalty because Illuminor fucking could jump outside, right? And then we gave that dude an extension.
Yeah.
Same thing happened. But our offensive linemen suck so bad, I was saying, man, we should bring Illuminor back. Fuck it.
Might as well.
Illuminor did dumb shit, but he was a pretty good little offensive lineman, I'll tell you that. He did dumb shit.
Yeah, did some false starts. There was the other guy, Leatherwood, false start twice in the red zone. Like, the hell you
I never seen an offensive lineman get picked so high and then get cut fucking next year. Damn.
And then went to another team and got cut from them.
That's bad, bro. That's not good at all.
That tells you.
That makes us look even more bad.
That showed how competent our front office was. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
But I think we're doing better nowadays.
I think we are.
We're gonna find out.
We won't know until next year the product on the field. We'll see what these guys did because we can't judge them just yet. We gotta wait, and we can't judge them next year neither. We gotta wait another year after that to see if everything worked out. Because we got a lot of young players on our team. A lot.
What's up, Carlo?
You got a bunch of different dudes on your chat, bro. That one even showing, bro. That's good. Just show Carlo.
We wear our gear 24/7.
Yeah, man, they're giving us all this
Every day of
attention.
the
They're
week.
giving us all this attention. I love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, it's awesome.
I don't
They're
mind.
giving all the Raiders all this attention. Yeah, let it go, man. Thanks for the
That's
view. Tell them. Thanks for the view, bro.
because their team don't have good content
Both of
creators
you.
like we
Both
do.
of you.
They don't have good content creators like we got.
They
Their
feel real
content-
tough when they say shit like that. They feel real tough.
Yeah, and every year they fail.
Some hating ass food.
I don't know who this chat bet. He doesn't even have a team. Muhammad, whatever his name is.
At least
That's,
the other one can fucking type. At least the other one can type. He speaks Spanish. He don't even know how to write in Spanish.
Yeah, Superpowers, get on him, Piano Man. Who's your team? At least Piano Man has a team. He like the Chargers, so we know about Piano Man or Superpowers now. Who's your team? Talking about that Matt?
Oh, that's the same dude. He changed his name. He got blocked from everybody. They changed his name. Got to get another.
He's been
That's
good
why I was
lately.
like 18 burner accounts.
Does he? He got to do that.
All right, Jeff, go ahead. I don't know who's young he's on, but you got to be blocked. Told you, come in that word, you got to go.
That's probably Piano Man too, bro.
No, that's something. Yeah, man. Block that dude. Kick him out of here. I don't like that word.
Watch one.
The N word. You ain't got to say that in here. Get out. Hey, you talk about the Chargers? Psh, let's see y'all trophy case. You ain't won shit.
Bro.
Is that what you're telling
Zero
them?
rings. 0 rings.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the N word, man. You gotta get out. You're gonna say you can say what you want, but you gotta get out with the N word. But y'all talk about Chargers, this, Dodgers, that. Y'all ain't won shit. Got one Super Bowl and got your ass kicked by the 49ers of all teams. No, I'm not chilling. Super Bowl, sorry. Just don't like that
Chill, bro.
It bothers me.
Yeah, fuck all you choker fans.
Move back to LA, man.
What were LA for?
They renting, what they renting? They renting the stadium over there. They're the little brother of the Rams over there, bro. You gotta pay rent to be in that stadium.
Yeah, they gotta pay rent. They charge little bitches. I mean the Rams little bitches. Stay in your corner.
That shitty ass hot stadium.
Bro, that shit was shitty. Even the lake is kind of shitty,
day
bro.
of my life.
Nah, I love LA though. Fuck y'all being in my
Ain't
city.
nothing wrong with LA.
They need to send them back to San Diego with all them little gay boys over there.
San Diego kicked them out.
I think them dudes, I think the Marines over there could probably put a better football team than what you guys got out there. Bro.
Shit, they couldn't sell a fucking game in San Diego, so that's why I
I
moved
used
to
to
LA.
like going to that stadium, bro. I used to like going to San Diego.
Jack Murphy's nice.
It's because I was.
David looks
But
like
that I look like that. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Very successful show. I like that.
Yeah, there you go.
Like a lost member of Duck Dynasty.
That was a compliment, dude.
Like that.
Shit.
Oh, Superpowers, you're cool. We didn't talk about you, man. We not like the Bolts. You've been good lately, so cool.
Dixon roasting for me, bro. Roasting me.
I feel embarrassed to be a show.
I bet you don't go to that game. I bet you don't step foot in that shit.
Hey, I'm gonna be at the home opener. Come find me. We'll see what's up.
Ooh.
Crazy, you look like an honest mechanic. Which one?
Wow. No, you're talking about food, probably.
Don't talk about Big J, man. You saying I look like? Yeah, what does Jay look like, man? He's a big dude. Jay's a big dude. Don't not mess with that.
He looks like a broke down South Sider.
Oh hell no!
All the Raider fans talking about these fools in your chat, man. My chat got him. His ass.
I'm gonna just say that. I can't even pronounce your name, bro.
Get a little nickname or something, man. Esmo or something.
It's Sherbet. It's Sherbet Mohammed.
It's sherbet. It's
Sherbet.
Shabit.
Yeah,
It's
we'll call him
Shabit.
Sherbet.
It's Sabit. It's Sabit. Muhammad.
Oh, I thought it was gets his ass beat.
That too.
I like Sherbet
LA
better.
guy. He's a
Yeah, I
USC
forgot.
guy.
Who's this guy again?
Look
Pronounce
up
it
that.
right.
Who is this guy?
It's sherbet.
Pick on these guys.
What's up, my guy, Rorschach?
They want attention.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
I
the
know who
Sharks
the guy
get
is.
nobody.
but Nobody.
Now they're talking about each other.
Cider
saying that. I don't say his whole name. I figured that out. I figured that out from the long run. I said his name once. I said, wait a minute.
Who said didn't get his name? Didn't know what it was all about. Jeff.
Leo didn't realize what Dixon cider meant.
Yeah, okay. It was Leo.
It took 8:05 until like about 2 weeks ago to realize what it meant.
Oh,
He refuses to say it now. Yeah.
And I was like, hey, Dixon, what's up? And then I was like, man, that don't sound right. And like, there's a dude that's in my chat. His name is Raider Jangalang or something. I ain't saying that, bro. Come on, you gotta come out with a little nickname or something. I ain't calling you Jangalang. You ever been in your chat? He asks a lot of questions. He's got good takes. But his name's Raider Jangalang. Ain't gonna happen, bro. I'm not on my show. Sorry, bro.
Bro, y'all never. It's an actual drink company though. Y'all never seen the commercial?
Which one?
For Dixon cider.
Yeah, I've seen the commercial. It's Australian too, right?
Yeah, it's Australian.
Yeah.
That shit's so
shit
funny,
like that.
bro.
Really?
That shit had me dying first time I saw it.
I didn't know that.
But I bet he pulled it off on a bunch of people, though. I bet you, I give him credit. He pulled that. He pulled it off on a bunch. People say, "Yeah, Dixon cider, you got a good take, bro. Dixon cider got a great take." Damn, you ain't got the hit yet. They didn't get it. And Dixon's probably over there. This guy ain't never gonna know.
Yeah, fuck.
But deep down inside, they love the Raiders because they're in all our shit.
Yeah,
and they gotta know that what they say about us, we've been through everything, just worse than they have. So, and they're still on it. They ain't did shit, nothing. I've been around so long, and I've been around so long. The Chargers always fucking suck.
Yep.
Facts.
Always.
Yeah. They don't suck for a long time. They still suck.
Bro, they went to the Super Bowl, I remember, and got waxed. Didn't they get waxed by the 49ers or something?
They got their ass stumped.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, like, Jesus. The only time they went, they got stumped.
The only one I like on their team was the quarterback. What's his name? Rivers.
Yeah, they had Junior Seau and
I dug
Rivers. That was it. They had nothing else.
Belichick and Spagnuolo used to have a heavy team.
That's what they're good at, choking. Like last year, what'd they do in the playoffs?
They lost in the first round.
And that badass quarterback they had, they think got fucking 3 picks or something like that, something like that.
I swear they had Minshew in the playoffs. Who was throwing picks like crazy.
Shooting the minutes. What's going on?
That dick ass.
D-Menace,
my boy. What's up?
I said when they played section that Jaguars.
They just let a whole team just dominate their whole parking lot, bro. Take over their shit, bro. We go over there where they park, where the Chargers park at. We take that shit over. And they got to park in the back in their so-called own stadium. They're way in the back and shit by a casino.
Their borrowed parking lot.
I remember when the Raiders were in LA, that the owner of the Chargers was mad that people in LA took over the Jack Murphy Stadium. There's a number of silver black. I went to those games
all the time, bro.
And the owner got mad and said, "Stop selling so many tickets to LA." We did that with nobody at the game. He said, "Hey, nobody going. You want something else? We won't go." They said, "Well, we're moving." We'll
get them over there. We'll get them. I'm not with that. Oh, that's our stadium and shit because we haven't won in LA. But we will. We'll get it.
This guy's funny. Sherbert.
They get pumped up right now. The one little year or whatever. But shit, bro. That's all you gotta do. You gotta be out here next.
So yeah, one year.
After the home opener, we ain't gonna see him no more. So just wait till the end, dude. Just take it till the end. All right.
Oh.
They're gonna get mad.
Gravy, you gonna go to that LA game?
I was looking at it, bro. But like I said, my moving around, I gotta listen to people, Chris. I'm stubborn, bro. You know, I gotta listen to doctors and surgeons and shit, bro. They mean well for me, you know what I mean? But
yeah,
you know, the thing is that I don't want to really get deep, but my immune system is low for life, bro.
Up downhill.
My immune system is super low, and if I'm around a bunch of people, you know what I mean, I could catch something, and then it's way worse for me than it would be for normal people. So one of the things they tell me is that you can't be around, especially like right now or then. It takes years to recover from that, bro.
How long it takes? 6 years?
Yeah, no, don't play with that either, bro.
Yeah, really a good 3, 4. It matters up to you. It's up to you how you take care of yourself, Chris. And I do it, bro. I'm disciplined with it, but sometimes I get to if I feel good, I get to my old ways a little bit, and doing that would jeopardize it a little, and it's just worse for me. So I'm not holding back on things. They say live your life and do, but you got to be careful.
What
you do.
Yeah, no, I was just saying because I heard Lorenzo was gonna do one of those LA takeovers the day before or something like that.
I
was trying to see if I could possibly
in Vegas or in LA.
No, in LA. In LA, yeah.
Well, that's a game that I highlighted to go to. I think all of us are gonna be there. Me, Lo, and Gabe, because Gabe lives over there, and I could roll with Lo.
I'm for sure gonna be at the home opener here in Vegas. I'm trying to figure out which other ones I'm going to.
That's the one I thought you were talking about in Vegas. But
I'm going to that one, but I'm trying to see if I'm gonna go out. I don't know. I want to go to one of the Denver ones. Just because those are probably gonna be crazy ass games.
I think the games in our division are gonna be hella good, bro.
Oh, they're gonna be great.
Yeah. We gotta win them. We have to win our. That's. I had a prediction. Did a prediction show of what I thought. You know, look at our schedule. It took me a while to get confident with it, but I didn't want to do it. But I let it all out because I wanted to. But you know, I had us losing some games, and I had us winning some games. But we won games in our division. We have to do that to be successful this season. We have to win games in our division. We can't go 0-6. Can't.
I did the same thing. I had us going 10-7 and splitting everybody. We split all.
That'll be good. That'll be a good season right there. We split the division.
Yeah, that's what I had us going. I did my look at it. And Jeff, I think, had 11-6. He did it twice, right, Jeff? Did it twice and had his 11-6.
I had 11 last Friday night when you and I did it, Chris, and then I did it last night with Nate, and I hit 11 again. I tried getting less. It just worked out that way. I had the Broncos sweeping us. I had us sweeping the Chargers, and then I had us, I think, splitting with the Chiefs. We lose the first
that's
game.
Normal though. That's normal, Jeff. Usually we split with the Chiefs.
Yeah, I picked us to lose in KC, but the last game of the season, I was kind of 50-50 on that one because I figured if the Chiefs already have the number 1 seed again, let's say that they turn it on again this year and they're where they should be or used to be, and they have that number 1 seed, there's a chance that they may sit everybody. But if we're still a win and we're in situation and how much our two teams hate each other, they may start their guys just to knock us out.
Oh, yeah, they will. Oh, yeah, they don't give a shit. They could be fucking 17-0, bro, and they still play. Mahomes is going to play against the Raiders. I'll tell you that for damn sure. Maybe not Mahomes, but I don't know. I just want that game to matter. That's what
Yeah.
I want that game to matter for us.
Oh yeah.
For us, if it comes down to us beating Kansas City, I want us to kick that ass.
Yep.
I
We need to
had
beat
us
them at
losing
home,
games
bro.
that I had us losing games that I wasn't happy with, but it was just the fact that I was thinking, I thought about it a lot, and I said, you know what, a lot of these young players are going to be in there and late in the season because usually something happens every year, something happens, and a lot of these young players are going to be playing, and I think it was the Bears game that I had us not winning, and I wasn't real confident in the Dallas game either, and I want to go to that game, but
Bro, them tickets are crazy.
I got them, man.
Oh, you already bought them?
Yeah, me and the wife here are gonna head up there. My whole
Oh,
family,
hell
my
yeah.
kids and everything are coming down. My wife, bro, is a Dallas fan.
Oh, okay, word. Yeah, my uncle's a Dallas fan too, but
All my boys are Dallas. Well, one don't even give a shit about football. My oldest don't give a shit about football, but my two boys they do. They're Dallas fans, and my two girls are Raider fans. So I don't know, man. I think our young guys are out there during that game. It was just foreseeing shit. You know what I mean? I don't know if we get somebody new, I might change my view. But I had us going 9-8.
yeah, I was around there too, around 9-8. But yeah, we'll see what happens, man. I don't know. They might surprise us.
What's up, Big Bear? Yeah, anybody that's in the chat, if you like what you're hearing and seeing here, make sure you hit all the subs on everybody that's in the channel. You got Gravy up at the top. You got
What's
Chris
up?
for Raiders. Then you got Raiders Food Chris. And then you got Jay Just Raiders Baby. So make sure you guys get around and hit that subscribe, hit the notification. Anybody that's streaming from this group, make sure you give them that thumbs up from this show today too. So even if you're a fan of another team, we don't care.
And then if we could go, 2-2 against the East, just with that Dallas game, and I think we'll beat the Giants. But I don't know.
I think that's a
I
blowout.
I know we could beat the Giants. And when we get that Dallas game. See, I'm 50-50 on the Dallas game. And
That could be a tough one.
Yeah.
Like I don't think we're going to
game.
beat I don't think we'll beat the Eagles or the Redskins. I think that's going to be the two tougher games out of that division.
Those games are away too,
and they're on the road
away,
and on the East Coast. Yeah,
and then we got
at
Dallas
least the
at
Dallas
home.
when it's a Monday night, it's at home.
Yeah,
I'm just
Dallas.
hoping we can get back to our winning ways on Monday nights.
Yeah,
that's what I want to see.
We have to.
So we get more
to set
Monday
the tone.
Game.
You set the tone on the divisional game, second game of the season. Set that tone.
Yep.
We're gonna take this division. You know what I mean? So that'll do that. Might bump us up a little bit and get that Denver game.
Yep.
I'm just more confident we get that because we have a smarter coach than we had last couple of years rather. We have the more experienced coach, a smarter coach. So I have more confidence that we will get these games like the Donkeys and the Chargers and the Chiefs.
I always we're way better coaching staff. We're not going to lose games because of coaching.
Yeah,
and we did that last year.
Yes, definitely.
We did that last year. I don't know if everybody knows it, but we did.
Oh yeah, you can see it. And you can see Antonio Pearson on the sideline, looking like deers in a headlight, like he know what to do, like do a call timeout or not, or throw a flag or not. He didn't know what to do. And
it wasn't really timeouts or that, bro. It was decision. It was just, to me, game planning and stuff. He's involved in that. You have to be, and it just didn't look right, man. And I don't know. I know the players didn't give up on him. They were playing tough. They played. You can't keep your job losing 10 games in a row or going 0-6 in the division, and people still wanted this guy to give him another chance. I go, nah, man, they gonna have. I was with the dude. I was with him. I was with him in the 4 games that he was intern. But what happened to that guy?
Yeah.
What happened to him? I hate to talk about him now, but peace up to him. Hope he does well. But the motivation was there, and then when the season started, what happened? The general manager come in here and punked you and got you He said, "Nah, we ain't getting Joe. We ain't moving up to get this guy. We ain't gonna do that."
They didn't want to pay another OC. They didn't want to. He didn't want to do anything. Telesco. He didn't want to do anything. He said AP up for failure. Basically, I think because that wasn't his coach that he hired. He wanted. He hired. AP was there before Telesco got there.
And that's not good. That's not good always. Right? Unless you
No.
got a coach like Pete Carroll, then you can get a general manager because you
Yeah.
have to get along with Pete Carroll. You have
Yeah.
to. If you got a resume like Pete Carroll, it doesn't matter who your general manager is because he knows. You know what I mean? And I think it was perfect. They went in at the same time. That's the way. You know, it's only logical that you do that, or you get the general manager first and let him pick his coach. You know,
Right.
but they came in together, and that's good. So it means Pete Carroll had a little say. Pete Carroll had a little say on who he wants to work with, and then they just get the rapport. You got the head coach; he don't even know who's going to be his boss.
This
Hey,
Sherbert
yo,
guy.
I gotta jam out, guys. My bad. Gotta go handle some business. Hey, but shout out to all them choker fans in the chat.
Don't shoot them out. Don't shoot them bloods out. Go fuck them.
The best 5 fans in the world.
Tell thanks for the view.
The best 9 fans they got.
Yeah, it's all 7 of y'all over there. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night, man. Thanks for having me on.
You too.
Take it easy, man.
Later, man. Thanks for popping in.
This super guy's crazy.
73, bro. He's not 80, 73. And he got more wins than your fucking
But I tell you
overhyped coach that gets run out of San Francisco. Got ran out of San Francisco.
Look at that. But I tell you one thing.
Took him almost a decade to make that team.
Could you say this about your coach from the Chokers? Pete Carroll's out there running, throwing balls, and having fun. What is
that guy's having a heart attack already? He had a heart attack already, and he's younger than Pete Carroll.
Behind, bro.
Yeah, look at Harbaugh. He ain't doing all that. Shit, get out of here. And Frank Webb said dueling pianos.
Yeah, one solid year, bro. One solid year. Look at that. And it's gonna get worse, bro. You're gonna get tired of that shit, and we'll be talking back there. I'm not gonna get on your show and bullshit. You don't even have a show. You have any content creators that you can get on and pump your team up besides this one?
No, they can't. That's all I'm saying. I'll look for content creators from other teams, and I don't see anything from the Chargers. They're boring as fuck, for one thing. They know what they're talking about. There's one guy, I forgot his name. He's the only guy that makes sense. But they don't have any content creators. They don't know passionate fans.
No, I agree with you, Shop Key. I think Telesco did all right when he was here.
In the draft?
Yeah, you can't really fault them for that draft, that's for sure.
They only picked 2 players.
Oh, they forget about that 63 points we did, huh? They gave up on that coach. What about that coach?
Oh, Staley.
What happened to him, bro? He kept him, 5 years? They didn't do shit with him, and now they got one little got your ass blown in the playoffs. Are you happy with that? Oh. That's cool. And we was just like that, but our team didn't give up on us. We didn't get beat by 63 points. That didn't happen to the Raiders. Our players wanted to be there.
We both haven't won shit in 2000. Oh, yeah, that's true. But you got supposed to have that golden child, Herbert. Well, I said it right, Sherbert.
Why not?
Salute God and family. Anyway, you know what? What time is it? It's 11 o'clock. It's still early. Jeez.
What's the matter?
I don't see what time it is. I'm so hungry. I ate, but I'm still hungry.
Oh, wait. Can you?
It's 2 o'clock for me in the morning.
2 o'clock for you.
Yeah, I'm like, why am I still hungry? I know I ate, but I'll probably go eat again.
Yeah, but I'm gonna cut out, guys.
Okay.
It was pleasure seeing you guys again, talking to you.
It's always a
Let's
pleasure.
do it again sometime.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure, Gravy.
Yeah, you guys have a wonderful evening. You Jeff, have a wonderful morning.
Thank you, man.
Hope everything
Chris,
goes
you
well
want
for
to call it tonight?
Yeah, we can call it.
Huh?
Yeah, we can call it.
Gravy, you got anything going on you want to promote real quick? Or
Just probably most likely Sunday, Red Nation Live. Sunday we're gonna get together. I don't before a holiday. I know Gabe's doing a bunch of concert shit, but me and Lo probably get together and see what's going on with Gabe after that. Might be hungover or something like that. He's going to Kendrick Lamar in L.A. So,
Oh, that's right. He is. He told me that.
he
Yeah.
won those tickets. He won some tickets on Kendrick Lamar. So.
Yeah, I forgot he told me that.
I don't think we'll see Gabe Sunday, but
he'll probably stagger in sometime.
He stagger in, something like that. All late. But I'll talk to Lo and see if we gotta have something going on. But that's about it, man.
All right.
You guys have a wonderful evening. I'll see you guys later.
All right, Gabe.
Thanks, man.
My guy.
Jay, what you got going on tomorrow?
Tomorrow we got Good Morning Raiders as usual with my guy, the Raider Rundown, and we have a special guest. My guy Nate, LV Raider 10 will be in the building, chopping it up with us. We're gonna talk some good Raider football. Finally catch this dude not doing anything major on a Saturday, bro. So he got a Saturday free and sold. Snatched him up, bro. So he's gonna be live and direct with us in less than 12 hours. So it's gonna be good. Yep, gonna be good. So make sure you guys tap in, hit that notifications if you haven't done so already, and make sure you guys tap in for Good Morning Raiders tomorrow morning with your boy Jay Raider and the Raider Rundown.
Sweet. And Chris, tomorrow night, we're not going to do an actual last call podcast tomorrow night. We're going to do it, but we're not going to do a history lesson tomorrow night. We're going to open it up tomorrow night. We're going to do a Saturday night special. Seeing as though it's the holiday weekend and everything, we'll get back to normal programming on Saturday nights next week. But tomorrow night, we're going to do a pull-up show, kind of like what we did tonight, where it's open to anybody and everybody. So,
yeah.
And I think tomorrow, Chris, I think you and I ought to get online and stream some gaming. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, that sounds good. We'll do that. I'm not doing anything anymore. I got no plans.
I got nothing going on this weekend.
After I watch these guys.
My son-in-law are up in Maine, so.
Yeah, we can do that tomorrow.
I got my grandson, maybe.
I'm still trying to get that damn Bismarck, man. That damn thing costs too much money. You have to use real world money to get that damn shit. Like, oh, whatever.
Only other thing I got coming up definite is you'll catch myself and Jay Raider below me here, along with LV Raider 10 and Cheetah Linus. You'll catch us on Wednesday night on the Raider Connection. Then Thursday night, it's myself and Nate, LV Raider 10 on the Raiders Coast to Coast. That's the only definite stuff other than next Friday. So I don't want to go that far in advance.
And doing Sunday, me and Red Nation Jason got a show at 10 a.m. Sunday Pacific time, 10 a.m. Pacific time. We might have a special guest. I don't know who exactly. He told me we have a special guest that day. So stay tuned. We'll post it. So make sure you subscribe to me and Rare Nation Jason, and we'll let you know. All right. With that being said,
if anybody's looking to watch a show, go over to Protect the Shield.
They are
and watch that disaster right now. It's not as bad now that they're.
I know, but they were
now that they're off of Lunatics stream.
They were all one earlier. Like, what the hell?
I've been watching the show for the last hour and a half. It's hilarious. What's up, Top Shelf? Again, if you guys like what you heard and saw and participated in tonight's show in the chat, you want to catch us again, hit that sub button. Subscribe to all 3 channels that are in here. And Top Shelf, you came in a little late, buddy. We're shutting it down. We've just been on for 4 hours, so we'll be back on tomorrow at some point. So will Jay and. So everybody check everybody out. Until next time, Everybody stay safe and go Raiders.
Go Raiders.
Boom.